11 people responded to it. Have you guys ever had your condom break? And out of the 11 people, 91% said yes. Only 9% said no. So that says more than not, most of you guys are out there are going to break a condom. So it is possible you got a kid or two out there you just don't know about.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I have had that happen.
So do you want to play a disclaimer or anything before we do this?
Yeah, give me 1 second, guys, because we're going to mix this back up. And I don't want none of y'all coming at me with this week thing, talking about, hey, I was on the this show. And that's how you know I got a kid. And all of that. So let's play this. Try to come.
Warning, some viewers may find the following footage deeply disturbing.
Welcome to the Lion's Den podcast. Before we dive into today's episode, we have a brief disclaimer to share. The views and opinions expressed by the guests on the Lion's Den podcast are their own and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the Lion's Den podcast, its hosts, or affiliates. All content provided by our guests is of their opinion and is not intended to malign anyone or anything. Additionally, by participating in the Lion's Den podcast, our guests grant permission for their likeness, voice, and views shared during the podcast to be recorded and used in future episodes, promotional materials, and any other content produced by the Lion's Den podcast. This permission is granted without any expectation of compensation or royalties. Thank you for understanding, and we hope you enjoy today's episode of the Lion's Den podcast.
All right. With that said, I just don't want y'all to call me DJ Vlad, where everybody who talk go to jail. I get them on there. So this
Fearless,
is at your
pay me
own
my
risk.
money.
That's right. This is at your own risk. Now, HB, if you talk about any of the 100 kids that you got,
I need a check.
Hey,
I need a check to help support them 100 kids.
you know one thing, I was just posting that data in the chat. And if you guys go and look at that data from the 80s up into the 90s, look how sharp that number went up from 2% to 14% of men. What do y'all think was going on back then?
The destruction of the nuclear family, brother.
Exactly.
We all know this.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And men started stepping up. So the number is going to increase. Is we see these females that are out here that, you know, some of them aren't worth a thing. And I think even data shows that men who raise their kids, the household is a lot more stable, is a lot more disciplined, is a lot more structured.
Facts.
All facts.
now here's one thing that I do not normally do. And it's maybe Friday, but on this topic, I'm going to agree with Zed. Zed came onto the show and she actually said something that made a little sense. So I got to give credit where credit is due. She said that it is because of sexism that men do not get their children. So in this patriarch society, it is believed that because they're a woman, that makes them a better mother. So even though a man can be a better parent, children are usually given to the mother because we live in that sexist society that says, as a man, you wouldn't make a better father. So on that, I would have to agree with you because we make better fathers. But if you try to go with statistics and go into any divorce court, we're not getting our children, no matter
It's
what.
changing, man. The laws are changing. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I got lucky. I got 50-50 legal and joint custody. So just my daughter, man, you know what I'm saying, she typically don't like to come over here because there's discipline and structure, because when she go to her mama house, she can do anything she want. So like, for example, like I don't know if you saw what I posted on my IG, how my daughter, she reads, very well at the age of 6, and that's all because of me. Every night, reading it to her, I'm making her read. I bought her dictionary. What is it for? So I can't even say that word. My tongue is thick. The thesaurus, and what's the other one that came with it? It's a vocabulary book. So I bought the whole 3 set. So I was going over homework today. Yesterday, because I had her yesterday. So I'm going over homework, and before she got to me, none of the stuff was filled out because you have to during the weekly homework, you have to write down what books you read to her, how many minutes, all homework. She get to me, it's Wednesday. None of her homework has been started on. So I'm playing catch up. So me and her we spent Wednesday and Thursday catching up on the homework. And we was able to get probably like about 95% of it. Some of I just left because hopefully she'll do something. Well, I had to text her and say, hey, like where's the book? Because she's supposed to have a book report Friday and a spelling test. So I had, I was making her study her, her words, since she spelled all that correctly. And then I test her, like, read this passage. You got a minute to read this passage. I got her down to 20 seconds. It was like, I forgot how many paragraphs in the little thing, but I read it in 15 seconds, but she read it in 20 seconds. I'm like, damn. So me and her was like dancing around. She was excited, you know what I'm saying? Because she read it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, she read like 5 seconds less than me, but she, from me just being on her and, what I'm saying, doing my thing, what I'm saying, she's able to, have success in her level of education at this moment in time. So
I got a question for you. Even though you can say 50-50, the issue is there's still already always a primary custodial parent. That means even though you 50-50, there's somebody who you put them in the school they want, make sure that the medical is what they need, and that's usually the female. So even though you have 50-50, it's really a 51-49.
You know what? I looked at my paperwork. I didn't ask that. I'm not sure. I don't think California is the same because it's in my custody order. Everything is broke down, like even with the medical stuff, all that. Like, what I'm saying, we have to decide together. You know what I'm saying? In the custody order, it doesn't say anything saying, well, she can make all the choices. We have to come to the decision jointly on everything. Everything is split down the middle. I can't remember exactly if it was a situation where I heard a custodial thing before. One parent has to be the full custodian, and typically that is the woman. But I remember when we was going through the whole legal process, and everything is like split down. Every decision has to be made jointly. And then what was it? Yeah, that's what it was.
In the state of Florida, you get 50-50. Point blank. So
I'm in California, so
I'm not saying you don't get 50-50, but they assign somebody who is the custodial parent.
Correct. The custodial is basically that kid will be living with the parent. However, any legal, medical, anything outside of the custodial is 50-50. So, like, for instance, I wanted to get my youngest son his passport. His mom's not a fan about it. So it's just like, okay, I can't get him that passport. It has to be a 50-50 situation where both of us need to sign on that application. So state of Florida, you're going to get 50-50. And I tell every guy, listen, know your rights as a father, because in certain states, you probably have more rights than you think.
Yeah, I have to go over the paperwork, to be honest with you. I just know at the time when we was going through that thing, and I was listening to the lead attorney when he was talking about a lot of this, getting custody. Shit, man, when I was like going through the whole, the process at the time, I was just happy just to be in my situation. But it's still a head buster, dog. Like I'm paying $1,100, 50-50. I'm like, how? I'm 50-50. I'm paying $1,100 a month. It's crazy.
You need to go back and have that taken care of, because in my belief, 50-50 should mean I'm taking care of it 50% of the time. That means you pay your bills when you have the child. I pay my bills when I have the child.
But see, the thing is, California, they got the little calculator. Most states probably have the same thing, but they hit you with the income. Mm-hmm. So the income gap, I don't know if it's just because I make too much money, but I'm like, shit, she making decent money. I mean, she ain't no damn. I mean, she like what? She a nurse, but I like seeing like with the low tier, but still though, California they don't make too bad, but still I'm like $1,100. I'm like, man, they killing me out here, man.
Well, one way you can lower that, right?
What's up?
Claim 100 kids, brother.
Oh. Now I'm joking, man. HB Going Global does not have 100 kids out here in these streets.
I don't know the way you be slinging that seed around. I don't know how many you don't fertilize. You
man,
know,
I'm strapped up, man. I don't play that shit,
Okay.
man. Look, man, I waited till I was 35 before I had my daughter, man. I had plenty of opportunities.
Well,
I
know
could have
you
literally
did.
had 100 goddamn
I
kids.
already know you did.
But you know,
But
what I'm
anyway,
saying?
I want to thank HB Gone Global for the $3 tip that he sent me. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, I know you on your way trying to get your
Hey,
monetization.
I got a question for the panel. And my question is, I've heard this on multiple channels, and why do guys retain the numbers of those pros that they go and see down in DR, in Brazil, in Colombia, when it's just that service and they should be done? Why do they keep their numbers? And why do they allow them to text them, or they text back and forth and they get into these situations? What do you think?
Yeah, let me answer that.
That's what you guys are doing. It's called credit. What the guys in the United States are thinking is this, because I know a friend that does this. If I come back to the United States and I send her a little bit of money, that credit me for the next time I see her. So when I see her, I'm like, well, I sent you $200 2 months ago, so that should make my next time free. And when you get there, she's like, well, that was 2 months ago. I need the money now. So in their mind, they think they paying it forward. Or, I'm keeping in contact. So when I get there, I can set it right back up. And, I've been in contact with her. So that's my discount code. I got the cheat code because we've talked. So you're no longer at 304. Now you at 305. I done added one. I got the end. We friends now. So I shouldn't have to pay what everybody else pays. Even though now they got to pay more because now you're friends. And now instead of just hitting and quit it, you got to take her to get something to eat. Now you're going to bring her gifts. You're going to bring her that Victoria's Secret spray and those panties and all that gift. And now you still out. Now her daughter, it's Christmas. You got to bring a toy down there. You can't just not come with nothing in your hand.
Wait. Black Man Travels wanted to jump in on
that. What are you going to say?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 20 years of doing this, man. Look, yeah, it's credit. They're paying it forward, thinking that when they come back, they should have it for free, but it doesn't work that way. What you're doing is you're just donating to a special cause. When you get there, you're paying for a service. I think a lot of guys need to know the difference when that happens. So, they just doing that to pay for it. And again, I tell guys not to do that. Honestly, when you board that plane, delete that phone number, block it, do whatever you can. You lost touch because there's no need to stay in touch with that person. Trust me. If anything, they're going to see you as a come up. They're going to send you every excuse possible and why you should send money. From their parents are dying, they're sick, there's no food in the fridge, they're, all type of things. So it's not worth it, man. If you're there to have fun, just do that. But when you board that plane, block it. There's no need to stay in touch with that person. I mean, unless you choose to stay in touch with them, knowing that, hey, you're going to be helping them. And what you're doing is providing a donation. And when you come back, they expect more. I'm just being honest.
Hey, man, look, that's the craziest thing I ever heard and seen in my life. It's like, I was a solo travel for years. So, I want to venture out and try to, find some other brothers to travel with because, it's hard to get, people in your circle, at least people in my circle. I'm like, yo, let's go somewhere. They make up every excuse in the book. So I was like, let me get on some of these groups, man, these forum groups. And I started seeing these comments, just to, the comments in the chatter, these dudes be having, and I seen so much simping in these chat groups and Facebook groups, and I was like, man. And then when I used to try to call it out, you know what I'm saying, I should get ostracized, and I got in again, ended up getting kicked out of the group. So I'm like, you know what? I said, man, it's a lot of simps out here in the world. It's pitiful. You know what I'm saying? It's really no real players. You know what I'm saying? I was expecting, these dudes, they got mobility. They're out here traveling, seeing the world. You know what I'm saying? All these dudes just a whole bunch of just simps, man. And I never seen so much simping in my life.
I call it the Disneyland culture. Everybody has this fantasy.
Yeah.
It should be chivalry and all these things. My mom just brought up a point. During this the hurricane that was down in Florida, there was a news anchorman or something like that. He had been out in the field from 7 a.m. until it got dark. And this lady just decided to just drive out into this water after him being there for hours telling people to stay in their homes. She opts to get into a car and decides to drive and gets herself trapped into a flow of water. You know, they call the ambulance and the fire trucks, and it's going to take 20, 30 minutes to get there. So finally, he decides to take his stuff off and go in and get that. Now, this man's married. He has children. Women think the romantic thing was this man went and jumped and tried to save this woman. This man has a responsibility to his child, his wife, and their livelihood. Now, yeah, granted, you can be a hero all you want, but at the end of the day, it's not necessarily always your responsibility to save women that make bad decisions. Too many guys are getting shot and killed out here. You sitting there trying to be Superman, protect these women. You don't know their situation. You don't know if they lie. You don't know whatever is going on. And half of these women will go right back to that same dude that sat there and shot you or injured you, trying to help them.
Yeah.
I seen that
Put
shit.
your motherfucking capes up. My mom couldn't understand. She goes, "Oh, you going to start talking and blaming women?" I said, "Yes, she made a bad decision. And because of that bad decision, this man decided to put his life at risk and his livelihood and jeopardize everything his family's got going on to help this woman out. When for hours, this man was on the news telling people to stay in their homes." So yeah, it's romantic and it's good and oh, this is great. But if something bad had happened, who's going to help that man's family out?
Absolutely
Nobody thinks about that until after it gets done. Then it's like, oh my God, it's such a tragedy.
Yeah, they say
I'll do you one better.
But you still dead.
Yes.
I'll do you one better. I don't know if you guys saw the by the way, peace to the room. What's going on, everybody? There was that clip of the guy that worked at the airport. Remember the lady jumped on him first. He was trying to tell her, look, hey, you need to leave. You need to leave out.
Yeah, I know this story. Yes.
She put her hands on him, and then of course he reacted, and here comes this big old burly black dude that's like, oh, you ain't nothing like that. Ain't nothing like that going to pop off. It ain't going to pop off while I'm here. You got to do it to me. And it's like, bro, did you not see? Did you not see that this person just totally threw everything, every sanity out the window and decided to attack this man out of nowhere who was trying to be nonviolent? But, you know, it's a lot of these guys out there, especially older guys. I don't know. They're still in that Disney fantasy thing.
I gave that I'm only protecting whoever's under my umbrella. That's it.
Facts.
Nobody.
Yeah,
I didn't ask the panel this, so let's go around and ask the panel. We talking about, oops, I done messed up. I done had a child overseas. So what would you do if you had a child overseas? Now, we're not talking about like your girlfriend, long time love. This is somebody, you've been a weekend warrior, and now you find out, oh man, I'm late. She call you with that, I'm late. Let's start with you, HB Global. What you doing, brother?
Hey man, I'm a petition to get that kid over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not bringing the chick over here, man. Look, I had a similar situation where like my daughter's mother's from Africa. Well, she grew up in France. But I met her in the US though, you know what I'm saying? But I thought I was trying to do the right thing by having, you know what I'm saying, my child and her mother up on the one roof. But she had different goddamn plans for my ass. So, you know what I'm saying? But luckily, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't too bad for me. But I, you know what I'm saying, I was able to you know what I'm saying, get 50-50 and all that stuff. But I mean that's what if this is a new situation and it's just some random jump off, then I'm gonna try to. It depends on the situation of the child, though. It depends on. I mean, there are factors. If it's just like you didn't specify, she was just like bottom of the barrel, or she's some top notch. She got something going on. She has a career or whatnot. If she had a career, then maybe, you know what I'm saying, I'll probably like, I don't know. I might support the child from a distance. But if I know if the child gonna be struggling, then I'm gonna try to petition to get the child here because I don't want my seed struggling. You know what I'm saying?
But we talked about that. How easy do you think it will be to bring your seed here and the mama's there. I mean, how many women do you know that's going to say, you can send my child to America, but you can't send me?
So
You'd be amazed.
that's why I added the parameters to it. You know what I'm saying? If it's on the bottom of the barrel, because I think you have a better chance if you can prove that, you know what I'm saying, this child is, you know what I'm saying, living in a janky situation. You know what I'm saying? So
And the thing too, this happens a lot. You'd be amazed. A lot of these kids do get opportunity to leave the country, and the mother stays back.
yeah,
Trust me.
I'd heard several stories online. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know if they're true, but I'd heard a brother in the DR ended up he was talking about his situation online, how he was flying his kid back and forth. That's when I found out that, I mean, I knew you could fly at a certain age, but I think the kid was like 7 years old, something like that. The kid was like getting on the plane and, you know what I'm saying, flying to the US and stuff. They had that type of exchange.
One thing I think about is, if you guys are over here doing this in these third world countries, and you're at the bottom of the barrel, do these women have the legal resources to really fight you for that custody?
Yeah, because I mean, when I was in South Africa, I can say these chicks. I'm saying bottom barrels. I'm talking about as far as like income. I ain't talking about looks, because a lot of those girls, they look good over there, just ain't got no money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
that's what I mean though. So,
But let me ask you a question. Who asked that question?
I did, Drew.
Drew, what countries have you been to?
Oh man, England, Germany, Spain, Morocco.
You been to anywhere like Colombia, DR, any place like that?
Puerto Rico. I don't go
That's
into
the United
DR.
States.
Yeah, I don't. I've never been in Colombia or the DR.
The reason I ask that is, if you've never been there, and I'll tell you this, if you ever driven a car, you ever got on a motorcycle or the motor concho, and you just happen to look like you hit somebody. Because I know guys that were on the golf cart in Sosua, and people say, oh, you ran over them. And then when the police comes, it don't matter how right you were, how good you did, how much money you have, and how poor they were. They side with the locals. And then them locals will all come together and just say, yeah, it was your fault. So if that happens in that sense, if they all come toward that foreigner and they're saying, you wrong, how much of a chance is it when you get to the courtroom?
I don't know, man. We talking about a little bit of classism in this situation too, because you're gonna bring somebody who maybe an American. We know a little bit of the law. We've been able to hire somebody, and then you bring in somebody from maybe a lower barrio or something like that. They may not have the etiquette or the look to come in and speak to the judge properly, and may not even have the attorney. I don't know. It's a good question either way.
Look how they gonna think about you though. I mean,
So
you're thinking of it like, yeah, I'm this good dude and I'm coming in. How they gonna
Well,
look at you is you
I
got this
won't be
American
speaking. My
arrogance.
lawyer will. My attorney
Okay,
will
you
be
got this
speaking.
American arrogance. You think you can come to our country because this is how it isn't. You think you can come to our country and tell us what to do. You think
okay.
I mean, let's be honest here. Any man that was trying to do this straight up with no attorney is dumbass. You have the money, put that money to use. Go ahead and get yourself an attorney and do what you need to do.
So okay, I mean, do we have data on this? Like, for example, so like I can't speculate because I don't have any data on this. So from what I have seen online, just like recently, No Excuse just had a brother from Brazil on his podcast, and he was talking about his situation. Even though I think he kind of finessed the situation where he doesn't have a job, so he couldn't really pay no crazy amount in child support, but he went to court. It ended up, you know what I'm saying, trying to offer her more. She said no, but he didn't have no income in Brazil, and she ended up getting less. So I don't know how that can correlate into us, you having a situation over there where you have to end up paying for any reason.
I had one of my boys that I served with that he had a kid in Germany, and the German, this thing kind of all started around Germany because there was a lot of brothers that were leaving kids over there.
it's
this
big
whole
time
process.
army over there. So
Yeah,
a
and
lot of army.
he went through all types of stuff, and the German government, they're looking at it. That's our, even black child, whatever. That's our citizen, and we want this person is going to get this child support, and it's going to be directly allotted out of your paycheck. So I think first world countries have got it all together, but I don't think third world countries and nations don't have all the pieces connecting yet.
No, they don't. They don't. But yeah, Germany's on that list of 46. So
oh yeah,
Germany they got it straight. Yeah,
Germany will get you, bro. They will get you. Used to be a time when cats could do that and leave. And matter of fact, man, I had this man that was in my neighborhood. He was a teacher, and man, I'll never forget. One summer, this girl came from Germany, and she was like, and she looked just like his daughter. And I was like, oh my God, how is he going to explain this to his wife? Like, the girl came looking for a father, and they had been married so long that the wife, she didn't say anything. I don't know what conversation they had behind closed doors, but they never got a divorce.
I would tell you guys this, and I'm with Black Man Travels on this. Get yourself an attorney, have yourself some seed money, some pocket money, because if you don't know a boycott captain or you don't know the local police and you ain't got a couple bucks to thread them, you're gonna get ripped. You're gonna get ripped because they are gonna go for the local guy or the local woman or whatever is going on. If you hit somebody or they even stopped and you hit them, you're guilty. And unless you got some money in your pocket right then, you're going to be taken advantage of.
I just think it's difficult for any foreigner to go to another foreign place and not only get custody, but when you're saying you're getting custody, you're going to be taking that child out of the country. I think that's difficult. Just imagine someone. Let's say you, HB. Your wife comes over here and says, "Not only do I want to have the kid, I'm taking the kid back to Africa."
Well, she was French citizen though. She was French.
I know, but I'm just saying that if that happened, if
It's not gonna happen.
She can't leave the country.
She can't do that legally. Yeah, Bryce approval. Yeah, we got legal custody. She like anything she have to like for example, she wanted to take my daughter to France to visit the parents for a month. I had to sign a legal document. She had to request through the court for her to leave. So I had to sign. She had to get my permission to leave for a month.
So now do you understand? I'm saying it in reverse. You saying how difficult it would be for your child to leave the United States. And I'm saying, how do you think it's going to be for your foreign-born child to leave their country to come to the United States?
You think it'll be more difficult in a third world or even developing country? It'll be more difficult. I think it'll be easier.
That's what I said. It'll be easier.
Especially you throw somebody a couple of dollars, like, hey, get this, fix this for me.
Fearless, you have to understand this, man. I'm from another country. When you live in these countries, especially the countries that are not first world, such as Germany, Spain, England, these parents don't want to have their kids raised in their country. Trust me, they don't. You know what? Hey, listen, I may not go, but guess what? He just seems like a good guy. He'll make sure that our daughter, our son will be raised in the right way in another country. The kid will always come back home during summertime, Christmas break, spring break, whatever. So a lot of parents, trust me, if they can't go, but they'll make sure, you know what? My child will have a better opportunity if he goes or if she goes. So there will not be a lot of pushback. If anything, her parents will probably tell you, let that kid go. That kid has a better future.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Are you going to put me on the spot? I'm just telling you what's going on.
Born in the DR. Let's ask your wife, if you wanted to get custody, if you wanted to bring your son back, what is the likelihood you could have done that? If she said, hell no, I moved on. I got somebody else. My son ain't going nowhere.
I mean, it's the same thing here in the States. Your girl could just get up and move to a whole different state.
Yep.
But I'm saying, you're saying it like you can get custody. What
you could fight for the custody, but
went to that you could have said, I want custody of my child, and I want to bring him back to the States. And you got way more money than she would have had.
Again, if you bang the right one that has some level of common sense and understand the bigger picture, she's not going to push back.
So you have the right one. Do you think that she would let her son leave her?
They do that now, Fearless. Come on, man. They do that now. They listen. How many people let? All right,
let them finish.
She's sleeping, man. I'm not gonna wake her up.
Let them finish. Why are you gonna do that? Go ahead, Black man.
No, I'm saying how many people in these countries. I speak for Haiti. You know how many parents let their kids go and live with a foreign stranger because they don't want the kid to be raised in that situation? Africa. How many African parents will send their kids out to England, to France, Portugal, Germany to go live with people because they don't want their kids to be living in that particular country? People doing that every single day. So you know what? If the parents could see the bigger picture, they'll say, you know what? Listen, my life is here. I can't go, but this child has an opportunity. So they're going to let that kid go. Now, you will get some pushback, but eventually that common sense will kick in. It's like, you know what? This is too hard. I can't do it. This happened here in the States.
You know, the brother, Sunshine Shoulders, he was telling the story about his son and how his son was like his wife at the time had left the son with the parents. And anytime he wanted to go there to try to see him, it was like, man, they would never let him go anywhere with the kid. Like they would and she had gave them instructions never to let him, or like even if it's taken to a restaurant, he could never do anything like that. And she left and went. Well, she didn't leave, but she moved back. When he moved back to the Philippines, she stayed in the States. So yeah, that's another crazy situation. Like the lady stayed in the States to make money, maybe to send back to the kid in the village or wherever. But Sunshine Shoulders wound up moving over to the Philippines and staying there.
Hey, go ahead.
And it's sad. In the worst case scenario, if that person's giving you a hard time, you may just have to wait 18 years and that kid turns 18 and build a relationship from there. Is what it is. I mean, as a father, there's only so much that you could do. And it gets to the point where you got to take a step back. Like, listen, you got to wash your hands. Like, hey, listen, hopefully we cross path and when you're 18 and we could probably make it happen. But it's just, I'm always hoping that the parent could see the bigger picture and understand that, hey, listen, this child could benefit. As much people want to talk shit about the U.S., so there ain't no other country you'd rather live, man, that's going to put your kid in the best situation to win.
Facts.
No, what you're saying is it makes sense, but here's how it doesn't make sense. Let's just take
I see it happen all the time. That's I'm going by my experience.
You see that happen. Let's talk about the United States. How many downwritten girls that don't have nothing to go with still won't let the dad have a kid?
I can't speak for them, man. I don't know them.
But what I'm saying is you saying it like it doesn't happen. In the United States,
it happened.
Where you can say, hey, you can live with your father. Your father has an opportunity. He has a job. He has this. He's successful.
But that's on the woman. Okay, but that's on that person. Not every woman thinks that way. So he chose a dumb broad to actually do that to procreate with, and that's what's happening. And it's just like sometimes, man, all you could do is wait until the child turns 18 and build that relationship from there. If you're doing everything you can to build that, if you're doing everything you can to outreach to reach out to that kid and help out in whatever capacity, and the parents still being difficult, sometimes you just gotta wait.
That's even here in the United States. My oldest son, the same situation is, his mother was very difficult, and there were certain things I was allowed to do, and there were certain things I wanted to have him with me, and she just refused to let him fly out and visit me. I always had to go back home in order to visit with my son. But there was a lot of things I said, you'll understand when you're 18 and we'll be able to sit down and talk about it. You'll understand once you become a father. And this is the one that has my 2 grandchildren. Everything I've ever told him, he said, Dad, you were absolutely right. And I understood exactly what you meant now that I'm looking back at it. But he never kept a bad opinion of me, even though the situation was going on. As he got older, he started understanding more and more and more. Sometimes you're not going to be able to explain 100% of everything to your kid right then. They don't have the mental capacity or the vision to see what you're trying to do for them. Yeah. Plus, they're already being misled by that mother.
Yeah, you got lucky with that one. I got a friend. Well, I thought he was my friend, but this, you know, what I'm saying, this cat was going through the same thing with a chick in Australia. This his Australian ex-wife, man, she bad mouthed him to his son because his son over there in Australia, she won't let him come to the US. He had to go out there and, you know what I'm saying, get, you know, do the whole pay for the ticket, you know, doing the Airbnb and all that stuff. I stay out there, you know what I'm saying, 30 to 60 days to try to like build or repair the relationship because the ex always saying all kind of bad stuff about him and all that stuff. It's crazy. And I see the stress, like the stuff put on him and stuff like that. And you know, I mean, I ain't gonna say he's a good dude, but he's a good dude as far as like him trying to be a father to his kid. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy. Also, I posted a link in the private chat, man. Y'all can vet that, and that can be
I know where you wanted me to start at because it's 11 minutes long.
I mean, I guess, I mean, if you want to, I don't know if you watched already, you kind of get the context of it. It's really the whole entire video because it's talking about farming. It's talking about how the Nigerians was being farmed out.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
and again,
out.
and that's something, HB, again, a lot of people from the island, from Jamaica, Bahamas, Haiti, they used to send their kids out to strangers, white strangers in these countries, just because they could have a better life. And that's why I tell you, most cases, the parent will want what's best for the child. I'll tell you this: when my girl was in DR at the time, we talked about this. Hey, listen, what about if you can't come to the state? What would you do with the baby? I'll send him to you. That's what she said. I'll send him to you. At a certain point of age, she's gonna come and live with you.
Yeah, that's kind of why I put up what Big Mike has. He has a Chilean wife, and they have kids. He said for the first 10 years, he wants them to stay there. And then after that, he'll bring them back to the States. And I can kind of understand that. Even once I have children in the Philippines, I would want them to understand their culture, get used to speaking multiple languages there, and then bring them back to the United States at the same time.
I feel like that's kind of tricky, man. Because like, I mean, when the kid is young, man, you're supposed to try to build that bond with them. I think that it's going to be very difficult trying to build a bond, you know what I'm saying, with children that barely see you for 10 years. And then, you know what I'm saying, you're coming over here.
He's with them. He's married to her. That's his wife.
Is he living there in Chile?
I believe so. Big Mike, can you answer that for me, please? Are you and your wife are together? Obviously, I believe he is with his wife.
Because I know how it was when my daughter when she went to she had to go back to France for, you know what I'm saying, for like a year or so because my ex didn't have her paperwork, you know what I'm saying. She overstayed her damn visa, so she had to go back. And even though I was trying to go see my daughter, man, she was like a total stranger, man. Then when she actually came back to the US, it was kind of difficult trying to build that bond, man. You know, she was kind of heartbreaking, man. You know, she didn't want to deal with me and stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
does your daughter speak multiple languages?
Man, no. Like that's the problem. That's the problem that I'm pissed off because I kept trying to push it. I'm telling you, my ex, she speaks something. I don't think she's speaking French to her because I know what French sounds like. But my daughter, when I try to speak to her in French, she don't know what I'm saying. So I'm like, yo, what are you teaching her? I think she probably teaching her one of the African dialects. But I'm like, yo, you need to teach her French because French, you know what I'm saying, she can utilize that, you know what I'm saying, later on, especially when she want to do business transactions or whatever, the business deals. It'll be very, very easier for her to conduct herself, you know what I'm saying, as she get older. But no, that, you know what I'm saying, that's what I was kind of like. That's why we was having a lot of friction, you know what I'm saying, because I was like, you need to be teaching French.
I could say this, and this happened recently. You know, you guys know I just had a kid. He just turned 1 year old, and for the first year I was going back and forth to DR. Like every 36 days I was going back. But at one time I didn't go back for 3 months. By then my kid was 6 months old. And when I went there, I noticed that every time I picked him up, he was crying. Like he didn't know me. And it's like I felt some type of way. I was kind of getting angry, like, yo, why he doesn't know me or whatever. And I felt bad. Like I really felt bad about it. Now that he's in the States with me, he's been here for 4 months now. I love the fact that when he sees me, he runs towards me. When he comes to me, he want to hug me, dude. I love that shit, man. And it's just like, I don't understand how any man can neglect that child or neglect that experience of having that bond with that child. Like me not having that first 3 months of that bond, man, I didn't like it. But now when I come home and he's running towards me and he sees me when I'm not there and he starts crying and he wants to hug me, dude, I love every bit of it. And that's the reason why I want him here in the States. That's my reason.
Good point. Good point.
So
Yeah, that shit heartbreaking. I'm trying to tell you, man. Like my daughter, man, she my damn identical twin, and just to have that feeling, like she, you know what I'm saying, she wasn't rocking with me. I was like, oh man,
yeah, it's a shitty feeling, man. I would not even wish this on my own enemy, man. To know that this is your kid and your kid doesn't even know you, man, that's a shitty ass. No money, no pussy, none of that shit can replace that feeling. Nothing. So that's when I hear guys, so leave them, leave them where they at. Oh, you see them every 6 months, man, bro. That's shitty. If you chose the right woman and you guys have some type of relationship that is good and you guys could build up, you could build, build upon that, why not? So guess what? My girl's here now in the States. She's about to start medical interpretation school. She's volunteering right now. I mean, English getting better. I mean, Roland met her. I mean, he understands. And it's just like, bro, this is the best feeling for me to come home and see and experience a family life. I love it. I've done the Playboy life. I've been to all these countries. Shout out to HB Global. I saw you've been to Chiang Mai. I've been to Chiang Mai in 2 years ago. I went to Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai. I had a great time out there. And,
Yeah, he's converted now. He's all African all the time.
Oh yeah,
I've been going to Thailand for 20 years, man. That was gonna be my retirement, but I don't know. When they said something about taxing the income, they said it's supposed to start at the beginning of the year, and then a lot of people tell me they didn't implement it. But just being scared about something like that, and I was like, I don't know if I want to go there anymore. But
I saw your video. I saw your video on Chiang Mai. You've been to a place called Mellow Yellow. I met a baddie out there.
Zoe and Yellow.
Yeah, Zoe and Yellow. I've been there. I was smiling. I was looking at your video. I'm like, yeah, I had a good time in this spot. And I was like the only brother
Me
in
too.
that spot, man. I was like,
it's definitely not for us.
yeah, dude. I went to the hip hop room, which is across, met this baddie Australian Thai. Ooh wee.
Yeah, man.
She took me up to Chiang Rai. Then from Chiang Rai, I went to Phuket back to Bangkok. Then Bangkok did 2 days in Pattaya. I didn't like it. Went back to Bangkok, party some more, and came back home. I was out there for 2 weeks.
Hey, Paul got something, and shout out to Taylor Made Dreams. He was on the show on that long 8-hour show that we did.
Yeah,
that was crazy, man. He said DR attorneys don't help foreigners unless you drop the bread. Taylor Made Dreams been through it.
I mean, that's why they're lawyers. They get paid for their time. You got to drop the bread. Is what it is.
That's true.
And I don't think it was
gotta have an attorney anywhere you go. In any country, you should have some kind of representation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you're going to be a foreign national in another country, an expat, you need to have resources, and you need to rebuild your resources from what you had in the United States there. And resources meaning a good mechanics is not going to rip you off. People that are trustworthy in your circle that are going to be reliable and are not looking to take advantage of you, including a good attorney. And if that means you need to talk to people that are boots on the ground that already have relationships and feel those people out that they're recommending, that's what you need to do. But you need to establish those quickly once you hit ground.
I'll tell you this, guys. My son was able to get his American citizenship when he was 3 months old. I paid an attorney. She did everything for me. Paid her $500 cash. Boom. Guess what? 2 months later, I was back in DR doing interviews. A month later, the passport came in. My son has his American citizenship passport. Just like that. So, guys, if you want something to get done, you got to pay for it. But also, too, the importance of building relationships. That's what I always tell us, guys. Go out there and build a relationship with people, man. Network. You just never know.
I wish we had a brother that could come on and tell us a story about bringing his child out of one of these countries solo and leaving the mother behind. I've never heard anybody say that on any of these channels that they've had that experience. Have you guys heard of anybody with that?
Yeah, I met somebody who actually gone through it, and he was able to bring his child to the States and left the mother there. Okay. The mother realized, like, hey, he promised her, hey, the boy will be back every holiday, Christmas, summer break, spring break, and he kept his word. But now he lives in Florida. Kids now, 15 years old, speak straight up English, man. His Spanish a little janky, but he did what he said he was gonna do.
Right.
So I think sometimes, man, it's just
What country was that, Kanal?
DR, because I was in DR. I was
DR.
going to DR
Okay.
for quite a while. So this is a lot of my stories in DR, and this is a American black man.
Yeah, I don't know anybody personally. I just remember hearing a story during the pandemic where there was this dude was talking about he was having some baby mama drama with his daughter in the DR because he was sending his daughter back and forth from the DR and she was flying alone. She was like young, so. But I
wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I wouldn't do that. I would just go ahead and just take a little 2-day trip, go out there, drop the mother off, drop the kid off, spend a day out there, and come back around. That's it.
Yeah, this dude, he was putting this kid on because kids. What age is it like?
Well, here's the thing, because I've done alone. I've done that with my oldest son. You could fly. Your kid could fly alone, but you need to fly. You need to pay for an extra attendant. So you're buying another ticket. So you're buying 2 tickets, and the flight attendant will fly with your child. Your child will have a badge around them, and they'll be with that, and they will be with that particular flight attendant throughout the entire trip. Yep. Then you got to go to the airport, inside the airport, and check them out. So once you do that, you sign them out. The kid come with you. I was doing that with my oldest son for quite some time.
I was being done that way when I was a child from 3 years old. Even back then, they were doing that same system.
Yeah,
my mom would fly me from where we were to see my father in Baltimore, so I was always flying alone.
Yeah, I did it one time. I did it when I was like, I think I was like 10. I went to New Jersey. My dad was scared to fly. And this nigga caught the bus. He caught the bus up, and I went. I did that one time. That was crazy.
But this is a woman. A mother. I think her child was about 15. But the reason she did it was, it was on personal reasons. And once he came to the United States and he became a citizen, he can petition for his mom.
Yeah.
To come back. So it was for selfish reasons.
Yeah, and that happens a lot. I've seen that happen with friends that I grew up with, where they, I grew up with them without their mother being in the States. But once that kid turned 18, 19, in American citizenship, they vouched for their sister, their mom to come to the U.S., and they came to the U.S. So sometimes, it work out in the long run, but sometimes it's important that parent has the foresight to see, hey, listen, I'm gonna put my kid in a better situation. And again, hoping that the father ain't a piece of shit, because sometimes things happen.
Y'all heard of this?
That's not true. Look, Paul, Roland, I know that's your boy, man.
He ain't in my room today. I think he's in the.
Look, you've been making a lot of outrageous comments.
Taylor Made Dreams said that. I heard Taylor Made Dreams say if you raise your voice, you could get locked up.
That's not true. I seen guys beat the crap. I seen some crazy stuff in that country, and these guys don't get arrested. So. Sometimes, man, you can't just believe everything you hear, especially on social media, man.
Y'all ever been seeing the social media videos of all the Dominican women talking about they prefer black American men because, you know what I'm saying, just the whole issue with Dominican men beating them and, having all these other families and shit.
DR is rated number 5 or number 6 for the highest femicide rate. That's crazy. It's common to see dead bodies in the fields.
Oh wow.
Yeah, femicide is huge there. That's why it's crazy when someone say you go to jail for yelling. Bullshit. They do worse, and they will not go to jail. You can stab somebody and not go to jail.
Is the acid method for women. That is their method. A beautiful girl breaks up, dude throw acid on her face.
Yeah, foreigners, locals could get away with everything. Foreigners, man, they see money. That's why, if anything, as a foreigner, you always want to keep your head down and your nose clean. Just try to keep a low profile, man. If you get to the point you yelling at a female, dude, walk away. You're always in a winning situation. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a situation like that in the DR happen to me. I went was 2015. Because I used to go to DR all the time. I used to be on Dominican Cupid because I was trying because I'm on the West Coast, so I don't see too many Dominican women out here. And I was like, for some reason, I just got
exotic to you.
I was like, man, I gotta get these Dominican chicks, man. And I didn't want no American one, so I got on Dominican Cupid. I was going out there seeing these Dominican chicks. I was meeting them. I go out there and get like a little all-inclusive resort or wherever city I'll be in and just kick it with them and stuff. And this one chick like turned up on me, man. Like for no reason, and then she was like yelling and lying and shit. I'm like, what? I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like people started coming in the hallway looking like I'm not doing anything, and then like only reason that saved me is a Dominican couple. They seen everything happen and they saved me because she was calling the fucking the desk and stuff like that, making up lies and shit, telling me they're beating her. I was like, yo. I said, yo, I didn't touch this girl. And that was the only reason that saved me. That Dominican couple, they saved me. They was like, no, he didn't do anything, blah, blah, and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't one there, I would have got hemmed up out there.
But the sad thing is that situation can happen in any country. It can happen in Thailand, it can happen in Europe, it can happen in Africa, it can happen anywhere. So, that's why you just got to be careful. What I do is whenever someone start acting up, I stay quiet. I shut down and I let them just ride out. But of course, I'm calling the cops already. So the police is coming while they doing all that shit. And it's like, all right. And when they come, yo, if you got to pay the cop, it is what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
So I know we talk about how guys, what they do, but I think some of these women get over. This is what you shared with me, Kanal. If I can share this. What y'all think about this?
Look at that 3 wise men up there.
Says breaking, Josh Jacobs is among 3 NFL stars to have kids with the same IG model, who is now being described as the most dangerous woman in football. So they all tagging the
paid woman in football. What the hell?
I mean, this is what I
an NFL contract. Wages at this
point. And that's why I don't look up at celebrities and athletes. I think most athletes are the dumbest people out there. They just good with their bodies. That's it. Beyond that shit, they don't bring any value. Why would you put yourself in that situation, being a millionaire, where you have tons of options, but yet you going after someone who has 2 kids with 2 NFL players? I don't get it.
It seems that the guys also
the same thing. You are considered Josh Jacobs in DR, in Colombia, in Thailand. You are the Josh Jacobs of there. You the millionaire. Why do we as millionaires in those countries put ourselves in the same situation he does?
Because they don't recognize their value. That's the whole point. People don't understand when you leave this country, you go to the majority of these countries, you're a top 5%er. That's why all of us on this panel always say, why are you shooting for bottom of the barrel when you should be going for that baddie and the one that's at your value or your level? It's classism. It stops being just about, oh, well, you're a Black American versus white American. No, it's a class system. And you walk right into the top 5%.
It kind of goes back to every guy's fishing from the same. It goes back to every guy's going to the same watering hole, pulling from the same chicks, man. Because the thing is, like HB Gone Global, he was in Chiang Mai, brother. You're the first man to say that they've been in Chiang Mai. I could count how many brothers have been in Chiang Mai. So it's like, oh yeah, you've been there. Well, you've been there because of me, because I told you they're in Chiang Mai. But you have guys going to the same watering holes, eating from the same food source, getting the same results. How many guys reached out to me when I used to go to Brazil and Colombia real hard? Hey, who's that girl that you with in that picture? Can I get her phone number? I'm like, bro, there's like millions of people there. You can just go out there and find new talent. That's fresh. Well, hold up. There's fresh new talent every day. It's a fresh new talent. Why you got to go after me? And it's sad. These dudes will ask for the number. They're like, yo, bro, I send you $20. I want to experience that. I'm like, bro, that's disgusting. But,
dudes be getting mad with me in my damn in my comments, bro. Like just saying the salacious shit, man. The most salacious shit. Talking about some damn, he don't want to give out her contact. I'm like,
yeah.
I said, y'all some damn losers, man.
I said that. I said that plenty of times, man. And it's like, oh, you holding, you cop blocking, or you gatekeeping. I'm like, what? It's like, bro, you know how many people there? Just go in and experience it yourself.
I'm like,
God. You go all the way to a country, and you with this. So that's like a Dominican chick coming from DR, and she dealing with the same dudes. You like, huh? We go all the way to another country, and we get the same circle of women. You go to Thailand, and it's that same circle of Pattaya women. Everybody know her. People been with her. They know her name. You got a country with millions of people. Why do we deal with that same group? What is it about us that we got to go to that same group?
We lack abundance. We lack abundance.
Frequent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in Thailand, if you're frequenting the 808 or the Maju Bar or those places that we all see online, that's where all of us are hanging out at, and that's the chicks who like us hang out at. But nobody ever is like Kunal was just saying. Like I watched another brother online that went to Chiang Mai or Chiang Rai, and he pulled up baddie. I was like, dang, he never went to Pattaya.
Yeah. The only reason I went to Pattaya because people talk so much about it. I went there. I was there for 2 days. I said, nah, this ain't my place, man. I went back to Bangkok and stayed at the rooftop parties. I did all the rooftop parties. I hit up all the cool spots, man. Pattaya. And the sad thing is, and again, I'm gonna put the brothers on Front Street. All the brothers were with fat chicks. They call them thick, but they were actually fat. Yeah, and it's kind of sad. I saw brothers with these bottom of the barrels, man. I'm like, man, wow, you came out here for that. I'm out of here, dog. Next day, I packed my bag, went back to Bangkok.
It's called the scarcity mindset. When you, especially with, unfortunately, with, us American men, we're nowadays we got a scarcity mindset. You got studies have confirmed that 2 out of 3 men have been celibate at least a year. 2 out of 3 men celibate at least 1 year.
I mean, there's nothing wrong being celibate. I don't see anything wrong with that. What I see wrong is when you go hit HB Global or Fearless or Rolling myself, asking for the number for the chick that I was with. That's sloppy. That's nasty. Go out there and find your own work so you can appreciate it more. But the thing is, guys ain't willing to do that.
No, I agree with you. But again, but to me, nothing wrong with being celibate. You're right. But as long as you're celibate by choice, hey, I just don't feel like dealing with these women right now.
I mean, that's a whole different topic, Darnell. That's a whole different topic. But being celibate by choice or being celibate by force because because you're not getting no ass is not a bad thing either. Sometimes it's better
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sometimes it's better for you not to do anything. Focus on your grind. Focus on your craft. That's it. Sometimes we got to shut it down for us to become a better version of ourselves. I mean, sex is not all that, man. Because especially nowadays, dudes catching STDs, unwanted pregnancies. Sometimes it's better not to do anything.
But that's what you're saying is voluntary celibacy, which you're right. But that's not that in and of itself is not a bad thing.
But being celibate has nothing to do with scarcity.
It does. Again, if you're involuntarily celibate, that means the very first woman that says hello to you or even smiles at you, what's going to end up happening, you're going to get excited. You're going to think, oh my God, she's talking to me kind of thing. And if she gives you some, you end up, you end up getting attached, if that makes sense.
Just say PW.
Okay, PW. You're PW.
Darnell, are you referring to yourself?
I think he might be.
I think
he might be projecting a little bit. I think he might be projecting a little bit, but he's going to resolve those issues in November when he goes to Punta Cana.
I think that's a good thing for you. You know why? Because I'm just going to be honest, man. I'm sorry. I have to put you out there. I'm going to go with the apology later. If I was a chick, and look, Zed came on here and said, "Who is that homeless man?"
You know,
Hold up, so hold up. If Zed calling you a homeless man, there's a problem.
You're not focusing on yourself.
That's what we tell them.
I'm not
means,
worried about Zed, but
hold up. The thing is, if you are involuntarily celibate and you can't get women, that should say something about you. So that should let you know, hey, maybe my hair is wild. Maybe I need to get a haircut. Maybe I need to concentrate on myself, because you're not getting to play, not because of the women. It may be something about you that you need to change. And so those guys are weak. And hey, this is how it should be. If you were in the wild and you were an injured lion or you couldn't do anything, you would be celibate. So you would have to work on yourself to get yourself together to get it. So a woman just shouldn't give it to you just because you're a man. You still have to be something, do something, bring something to the table, take care of yourself. And
I agree with, but I'm not talking about me today. I'm talking about me about 15 years ago now. You know, I had that scarcity mindset thing, and that's how I know what's going on with a lot of dudes today. You know, with the advent of social media, matter of fact, somebody had said it earlier. You know, you didn't understand why. I think somebody had said earlier about about how these guys are going down there and then they're going after the very first thing they see. That's because they weren't getting shit here. That's what's going on. They were not getting shit here. They go down there, they lose their minds. It's like being a kid getting into the candy store for the first damn time.
I have to push back on that, because there's guys that are getting it here, but they still are comfortable in what they were getting here, and they go right to those countries where they can get better, and they go right back to those same goddamn areas and pull the same chicks they get here.
Okay, but one out of three men today from ages 18 to 30, that's when you're in your sexual prime, 18 to 30, are virgins. 1 out of 3 men.
Let me ask you a question then, Darnell. Let me put it this way. You cannot get a car here. You can't get one. But you go over to Brazil and you can have any car you want. But instead of getting any car you want the same car that Black Man Travels was driving in. You say you go to the car lot and be like, oh, forget all these other cars. I want that car I seen him in. Would that make sense? When you can have every car there is.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't make sense at all. But again, when bear with me on the candy store analogy here. All right, instead of the car, I'm gonna use the candy store. Okay, so basically, candy being a euphemism for sexual relations, right? As soon as a woman turns 18, or a girl turns 18, she's allowed in the candy store. Okay. Men, for example, when we turn 18, let's just pretend there's a rule in place. You can't go into the candy store. Okay. You got certain metrics, requirements, and things you got to meet, i.e., you got to have a job. You got to get yourself together, your finances together. Maybe let's even throw in home ownership. That of
then
course
I was
takes
stealing
time.
candy.
Okay, then you were stealing candy.
But when you finally get in, you want to try the candy. But here's the thing: when I finally get into the candy store, why do I want to eat candy that everybody else had? I want my own candy.
Facts.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. You don't know how to act. That's the problem. You go in there when you're finally able to. You're 30 years old. You done did it.
No, all right.
Now you're in.
Right?
You go.
Hey, Darnell, I wouldn't know. I've been in the candy store since I was 13. So.
Well, hey, good for you. Okay, but not everyone's like you, buddy. I'm just gonna.
Let me ask you, Darnell. Let's put it back on you. When you get to that candy store, you haven't not eaten any candy. Are you going to pick up that one candy and say, "I'm satisfied"? This is all.
Take one lick on it, like, damn, this is the best piece of candy. Or are you going to go buck fucking wild in the candy store?
Well, me now? No, I'm going to go for the best candy. I mean, I don't eat candy these days. But let's
Darnell,
just say,
Darnell.
Well, you guys just listen for a second, please.
No,
without,
because you long-winded, man. Get straight to the point.
The point is that as I am today, yes, I'll be going for the Godiva bars or whatever, you know, the luxury European chocolates or whatever, you know. But you talked to Darnell about 12 years ago.
Well, that's the thing. We're not 12 years ago. We're here.
He would have went. I'm just explaining.
Yeah,
why
but your explaining is taking too
asked-
long, man. It's not.
Let
Look,
me
again,
ask-
I don't.
Let me
to
see if
develop a
everybody
little
in the
bit of
chat is an incel. Do we have any incels in the room right now?
Man, it just take.
like
you
like
speaking to
like
one
they're even
sector of
gonna
people.
at least. I mean, they're not gonna admit it, Ronan. They're
You don't
not gonna
think so?
admit it about shit. You know how many
So
times
hold
I
up,
hear
man. What I'm saying is, you go to this country, and it don't matter if you're an incel. You go to these other countries now. You can eat any candy you want. You're not just going to eat one piece of candy. You're going to eat everything. So if we just put it in the sense of a woman, because that's what we're talking about. It don't matter
Correct.
if you're an incel. When you get to another country and you get attention by not just one woman, you got attention by 100 women. You are not going to just say, "Oh, I'm going to go with the first piece of chick I got." You're going to go wild and get to everybody you can because one, you haven't had it, so you want every experience. So we're saying, why would you go to another country when you can have every experience and then just settle for that one piece of candy?
I'm gonna say this, and again, Darnell, look, I'm gonna get straight to the point here. You have
Go
a trip
ahead.
coming up?
Yes, I do.
When is it?
November.
November. Okay, and where are you going?
I'm going to Dominican Republic,
Which city?
Punta Cana.
All right, you know Punta Cana is a pay-for-play destination. You're not gonna find a good girl there. You understand that, right?
I'm not
He
going to
bringing
look
two
for a
girls
woman.
there.
He's flying them in.
Okay, you're flying them in. Okay. What are you doing between now and November to put yourself in the best position possible to like look desirable? Are you gonna cut your hair? Are you gonna shave that beard? You gonna take the sunglasses off? What are you gonna do now in November to put yourself in the best position possible?
Well, the sunglasses are going to have to stay, but as far as the haircut, that's already done.
Okay.
He did a haircut live while we were talking to Zed, just to let you know. But we still suspect with Darnell because he's bringing a girl from the Brazil
He's
that he's
bringing
never
two.
had.
Yeah.
Two girls from
He's never
Brazil.
had,
They know each other.
He's never
And
consummated
Darnell, you should go with the clean shaven look, man. We looked at that video was a few nights ago, and man, you look like when you clean shaven, man. You look all right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the barber that did that cut, they went out of business, man.
Man, you can find some brothers, trust me.
Man, there's plenty of brothers out there in Arizona. Stop it, Darnell.
Yeah, exactly.
I never said it was. I never said it was. I'm just saying the ones that did that haircut the ones you said that look good.
Yeah, you was in Supercuts. Go ahead and tell the truth.
Nah, that
Man,
wasn't
he was at the
Supercuts,
Mexican
bro.
Supercuts too.
Yeah, they were Hispanic, but I'm telling you, man, them Hispanics, they cut black hair out here, man.
Man, that lady, she had to pick in your head for the longest time. She kept picking your head.
She did not
grab the clippers and cut.
She did not know what the fuck she was doing, bro.
Oh,
Exactly. That's what we telling you, man. Find some brothers.
Well, like I said, so my barber shop that I normally go to was out of business. So I just found it was getting ready. Everything was pretty much closing down. They were just the closest by. That's all that was.
And the reason that is because Darnell waited he went 1 year between haircuts.
Why?
Well, actually, correction. I did forget. I did have a haircut in March.
But why? Why? Like why? Like why do you do that?
Well, why not?
Because you're a man and you want to present yourself as a man and you want to look good. You want to not be an incel. Women are going to judge you by your outward appearance. And if you're looking like Grizzly Bear Adams, that's how they're going to treat you.
Like the Grizzly Adams look, it's not in these days.
Nah, man.
Did he play?
Oh, damn. Somebody lied to me. Oh, of course not.
Well, Grizzly Adams isn't in. You just answered your own question.
The truth is, I just don't, I just don't care about getting my haircuts out here. I mean, I'll just be real with you. I'm not trying to impress nobody out here.
All right, then.
I
So
really-
you should not be talking about no.
Darnell,
So
Darnell, there goes your answer.
yeah, so you won't get no ass.
That's why you when you pointed out to that was it that 30% of guys having problems dating in the States, you're part of that 30% because that
Thank you.
30% they're not working on themselves. You know,
No,
Darnell,
the 30.
Darnell,
the 30%.
hear me out.
Hold on.
Hear me out.
Let me just correct.
Hold on.
I'll listen to you. Hold on.
Let me say my piece, bro.
I'll let you say it, but I just want to correct one thing. It's 33% are virgins, 66% are celibate.
So
continue.
either way, you're part of that, category. So you're not working yourself, So basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, as a man, you should always reflect and see, okay, where I'm lacking at. Can I improve on this? Can I improve? Can I get my money up? Can I improve on my looks? Can I dress well? Because females, one thing they pick up on is confidence. When they see a man with confidence, they pick on that shit quick as fuck, man. But you're not talking, Darnell. You're not getting any girls looking like Tom Hanks from Castaway. So
That's actually pretty accurate. God damn.
But you know what I think Darnell really does need, man. You need a strong group of guys around you that's going to motivate you. The guys are going to gym with you. There's guys that are saying, man, go get your hair cut. That's what you need. You need those fellas that's going to push your crew. You got to find your crew, man.
I just don't like crews much.
Man, a wingman, a battle buddy.
Island, Darnell. You got to go ahead there, brother. I mean, that's you.
Like I
Go
said,
where?
that was a pretty accurate call with the
That's what you got to do, Darnell. That's you, brother.
Castaway.
yeah, pretty damn accurate before he got his haircut.
Yeah. I mean, but like I said, the truth is, there are things I am doing that I know you guys don't see because, the haircut thing, but there are things that I am doing behind the scenes that you guys don't see that I'm working on. I'm working on a lot. I'm working on continuing to build wealth. I'm saying, you know what? I'm not going to lie. I wanted to build more than what I got right now, but I decided, like I said, next year, I decided, you know what? I'm done. I'm done here. I'm making the move overseas. So,
Darnell, we're going to say this to you. I'm sorry, brother, but you are the people that we're going to talk about. You are the same guy that can't make it here. They think by going overseas, they're going to make it. You need to change who you are, because all that's happening is you just bring in your luggage, your personality and all that somewhere else and expecting a different result. That doesn't happen.
That's not what I'm leaving for. My reasons are much different. It's not because I think, I go overseas, I'm going to get, a bunch of women. I mean, trust me, I've been overseas already. And I agree with you.
I'm talking about the respect that you're going to get, how people are going to treat you.
Facts.
If you don't respect yourself, how do you expect someone else to treat you?
It's not even about respect, bro. Like, I got to be honest with you. All right. Just 2 days ago, right? I'm on a train. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about American culture, but it is fucked up and toxic as fuck. And I'm on the train, right? And I don't know what the fuck, but just so happens 3 drunk guys on the damn train. 2 of them, you could smell the alcohol. Man, they reek so bad of fucking alcohol. They want to start fighting on a damn train. I'm up here trying to break it up like, hey, just chill out, man. Y'all go to the next car, man. Go to the next car, man. Take this shit off the train. I'm just trying to get to where I gotta go, But these motherfuckers are just you know what I'm saying? They just gotta fight. I don't know what it is about American culture, but we are just a bunch of fucking shit starters.
Let me ask
so,
you something, Darnell. Let me
so
ask you. You want to, if Black Man Travels was on that same train and them same people was there, and he said, "Hey, I'll cut that shit out right now." You think they would still be doing it, or do you think when Darnell said, "Hey guys, hey, what you need to do? You need to get along. Let's break up. Let's go." And Pablo, come back, brother. We the king of Simps is there. Come on back. We're gonna bring you up front. So you think, hey guys, let's stop. Who you think they're gonna respect? Who you
Shit,
think
as
they
much
gonna
alcohol as those motherfuckers were so goddamn wasted, they would not have gave two shits about Black Man Travels. No offense, but that's how wasted they were. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but you think when you go into another country, do you think this stuff ain't happening over there too? So I mean, there's a
not
number of
saying-
things that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
So you say you're not trying to you don't want to deal with people you don't want to be a part of the pack. So you don't go in the country, like you going to another country for what? That's what I really want to know. Like you talking about you want to what matter of fact, you didn't explain what you want to go to another country for. What do you want to leave for? You say you don't like, you already said you don't like here, but what do you want to go there and do?
Before you
Just
answer
peace.
that, it is going to be much harder to be a loner in another country than it is in the United States.
Not really. I've done it several times.
Brother, you don't know the language.
Listen.
You got to depend on other people. All of that. You got to, how you going to get things done? You need people to come back and help. You can't just be a loner out there. You'll get ran over.
Like I said, I go to Mexico by myself all the time. You know, I'm only about a 4-hour drive. Actually, I'm less than that, but where I go, I'm about 4 hours away from there. But I go there all the time, you know.
You go to northern Mexico.
Darnell, here's the
Go to
biggest thing
Tijuana.
we're trying to get you to understand.
Mhm.
If you're going to go overseas and do the same thing you're doing here, what is the point? You need to be a little more outgoing. This is what we were talking about with you repetitiously going and getting your hair cut, going outside, not just sitting around your house. And I understand you're doing things around your house to prep it for possible sale, but you still need to be interactive with society.
Whose footage
What
is
is the
this?
point of going over
Black Man Travel.
and
Oh, okay.
sitting in your room or in your apartment or wherever you decide to settle, and maybe occasionally going down to a bar?
But that's all, honestly, that's all I'm happy doing, man. Going to the bar, watching the game, maybe drinking a beer or two. You know, watching a pretty girl go by, and I'm a happy dude. But you know, the truth is, I'm just looking for peace. Like, you want to know why I quit going out? There's always fucking shootings. Every time my a friend of mine, he's a bouncer / nightclub. He's a nightclub manager. During COVID, he was throwing these parties. Anyway, long story short, every damn time, you know, naturally at these types of parties, you know, drugs are prevalent. People get high, get drunk, start want to
And where's this?
shoot up the
Where's
place.
this?
He's in Arizona.
I was in Arizona for a week. I was in Phoenix, Arizona, and Chandler, and every place I was going to was more upscale. I never seen none of that foolishness that you talked about.
Hey, Darnell, are
Yeah,
you actually at this
Chandler's
place?
nice.
Are you getting these stores for somebody else?
No, I was there. I quit
Darnell,
going.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you going to these. Look,
I don't
these
give
type
a
of places
damn
that you're
what you
naming. For one
believe.
thing, just how your energy and how you act, you don't even be in that type of environment.
I don't like those types of environment. You're right. I try to avoid them, but unfortunately,
They're easy
you
to
know,
avoid. Don't go there at all. But I just don't believe
don't-
you go there because I think you're just trying to make an excuse to want to leave.
well,
I don't believe
I
you going to these spots.
care
You
what
telling
you
me you
believe.
telling me you in the hood spots. Darnell, you in the
Yeah.
hood spots. In
Yeah. I used to
Bro, you
live.
gotta be serious.
Stay out of the
honest.
hood, Darnell. Stay out of the hood, bro.
To be
I
honest
used to
with you,
live in a
Darnell,
fucking
this
hood,
is
bro.
real talk.
Mhm.
You know, the footage that Black Man Travel showed, he's going to start doing an annual trip to like Cali, Colombia for the Afro Fest. I think that is a good place for you to start going. The reason is you're not a person that gets out. You're not a person that goes places. And here, what they do is, as a group, you'll have an agenda of places you can go and get out and network. So you're not going all the way to a country just saying, oh, I'm staying in. You can get out about, you get a schedule of like every day we're going to be here, here's we're going to be at the night. And so I think that's important for someone like you to do, because I don't think you can plan that on your own. This is like a push play. It's already planned. And then you can be around a group of like-minded people to do it. I think that's what you really, really need.
Facts. And the thing, guys, listen, this is me in Cali, Colombia. I have so much content that I need to edit and put together. These are beautiful non-pros. They're non-pros, guys. As much as you guys want to think it pros, they're not. We go out, we talk to people, we enjoy people company. So I don't have a hard time getting people to come over and chill, because it's something that we kind of make them feel comfortable actually doing. A lot of guys have a hard time doing this because they can't break themselves from not thinking like they're back in the States. It's like, hey, listen, as much as you think you could just show up and everyone's gonna fall, everyone's gonna just follow you. That's not the case. You still gotta work on yourself, man. You still gotta look presentable. You still gotta look good. Take yourself to the gym. I mean, do things to put yourself in a better position to attract certain people. This whole thing looking bummy and they're gonna, because I have a passport, they're gonna love me. That's bullshit. That's all fantasy selling, man. You still gotta look your part. When I was in Thailand, I had to look my part, because if I didn't, I wouldn't get certain people to talk to me or help me in situations. So you always got to put yourself in the position to win. Look presentable, make an effort to assimilate into that culture and have a good time. All this, man, I had a great time in 3 days in Cali, Colombia. I didn't worry about getting drugged and robbed. And again, we had over 12 women like doing pictures with us. No issues. But then again, you hear stories, guys going to Medellin and Cartagena getting drugged and robbed because they put themselves in an environment where you're going to get hurt. Explore other areas, find other places you could go to and network and start creating new experiences. It's not that difficult.
Real quick, I'm putting up another poll in my room. The last poll I did was, would you bring a kid back that you might have had in a foreign country? Out of 12 people, it was a 50-50. So straight down the middle. Some would, some wouldn't.
Yes, Pablo. He's in a different circumstance. Pablo,
I'm putting up a poll right now that says, do you guys think Darnell will ever come out of his show even in the DR? So if you have time, go in my room and answer the poll. Thank you.
And Pablo, if you've seen the recent videos from Ronan, we are begging, pleading, asking Zed to please make a video of the king here.
Your respect.
I need my. Hey, do y'all remember? I know Ronan and Fearless probably remember this. The old Sanford and Son, with Blind Mellow Jelly.
I want my daddy's records.
I want my daddy's records. Yeah. I want my daddy's records. I want my daddy's video. I need Zed to give me a video. If she going, I need equal time.
He said, "I am the Louis Farrakhan of these passport streets." Okay. Yeah,
but to Darnell, you're talking to some very experienced men on this panel in international travel and in life. Some very successful guys. And they just trying to help you. I can tell you this. The current culture in the US here, this kind of whole come as you are, accept me as I am, come scruffy and ungroomed and all of that.
Thank you.
That is not how the rest of the world is. That is not how it is. People put their best foot forward. Obesity is frowned upon. And let me tell you, man, in Latin America, they don't pull no punches. If you're fat, they call you gordo.
Yeah.
That is your name.
I weigh 145 pounds.
Yeah, but I'm just using that as an example of how your appearance is a premium outside of this country. People want to put on a better appearance.
Yes.
They don't have a lot of money. They don't have fancy designer clothes and shoes and stuff like that. All they have is a clean, neat, well-groomed, attractive appearance. That they can take pride in that.
True.
And for you to try to show up just any kind of way would never fly. So I was glad to see you getting your hair cut and your beard trimmed the other day. But these guys are telling you right. They're definitely leading you down the right path. And Black Man Travels knows this too. Experiences always heighten or give you conversation pieces to talk about with a lady, particularly that you're meeting abroad.
Yes.
It's definitely a conversation piece and thing to kind of help build a bond and things around. You can introduce them to things that they've never been able to do before. I recently took a young lady and I met with Jay Clyde. Jay Clyde and I met at a cigar bar in Medellin. And I took
Shout out
this
to
young
Jay
lady.
Clyde.
Yeah, shout out to Jay Clyde. And I took this young lady with me. She had tried hookah before, but I said, hey, why don't you try a cigar? Hey, man, she loved it. She loved it. And I said, okay, well, when I come back, we'll do it again. We went to the cigar bar. You guys have seen me go to the Cabalgata, the horse parade.
That was nice.
Participated in one of those, and I'll be doing that again in December. So, Darnell, I know you just like hitting the sports bar maybe and having a beer, and that's great. But begin to think about other activities and things that you can do to really have the full breadth of experience when you're traveling. It definitely.
Hey, Pablo.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to share this. I just showed a video of the ladies, right?
Mm-hmm.
We ordered sushi. They never experienced sushi in their life. Man, they were like, we never had sushi. So I said, you know what? I'm going to order it. So I ordered like 3 big boxes of sushi, whatever. Yeah. And they had whiskey. They had the Jack Daniel Fire whiskey.
Yeah.
Man, they were like,
a good time.
Man, they were like, one, we never had this whiskey before, and they never had sushi before. So we all toasted, drinking, having a good time. And it's just like, that created an experience for them. And they said that, thank you. You guys were very respectful. You didn't do this, you didn't do that. And it's like, we had a good time. And
anytime you come back,
they got
and
me.
you invite them, guess what?
Yep.
Turn up.
They come.
Yeah, because they know what's up. It's like, oh yeah, these guys know how to party. It's like, they you know, they're really cool and respectful. And they even said that, it's like, wow, you guys are extremely respectful and everything else. And it's just like, you know, don't worry about it. We got you next time. Like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Then next time it's gonna be a straight Luke party. It's gonna be a Diddy party.
Well, gotta warm it up first. You gotta warm it up.
Well, hold up now. I ain't say we ain't had no Diddy party.
I know you in the pregame. I know you. I know how
you know what? I like, you know what I'm saying, giving women new experiences and stuff like that.
Oh, that's the greatest feeling in the world to see them appreciate it too.
I took a chick to Brazilian steakhouse one time, and she never experienced that before. And I was like, damn. I was like, where you been at? You know what I'm saying?
So wait a minute. So everybody seems to enjoy giving women new experiences, right?
That's sipping. Yeah. You sipping, dog. You ain't supposed to be doing that.
Nah, buddy.
It's my experience too. I enjoy that shit too.
Okay, so the other night,
here's the thing, Drew G. Before you even come out your mouth with this.
Okay, go ahead.
It's the long game, brother.
No, that's not what I was about to say.
I was about to say the other night. Understand this: when you give, you get.
Listen,
now you giving and she just.
I think
no. Hear me out.
I think Drew G was gonna say that you simping, dog. You simping. You ain't supposed to be doing that.
Say that. I'm not gonna say that. What I'm gonna say is, a few nights ago, our brother QB was on, and he was talking about how he flew a girl out, and majority of the people said he was simping, right? Most of us were on that panel, and a lot of people was in that chat saying, "Oh man, he's straight up simping for this girl. He flying a girl out."
I don't see nothing wrong with that. I've done that plenty of times.
I never said that.
I'm not against that.
I think the point with QB was, though, he was trying to call another brother out for tricking.
Yeah, and he came from that environment to get finally have a solid girlfriend, but was down in the brother instead of encouraging him to continue to grow. That's what I
Yeah.
got on him about.
The
Yeah,
problem
so there
was
was
what he was saying was you're different if you pay for a girl, and they said, well, you paid for a girl too. You basically paid to bring her out to where you were at. So we're both paying. And that's where the contention lied in, where his
Yeah.
he paying was different than somebody else's
By the
paying.
way, QB's the black Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Yay.
I,
Of
I
the
think
YouTube
I,
space.
I think some of these conversations are a bit remedial. Like, we're grown ass men.
Right. Having to go over the basics again.
What do
And
I?
again.
Yeah.
And again.
Why do I care? Like, do you, homie? You know, get it how you live is my motto. You know, eventually, we all want a real relationship or something more
Substantial.
viable for the long term,
Mhm.
right? Until then, enjoy life, do your thing.
Absolutely.
If you can't understand that, if you're not adult enough to, you know, and everything doesn't have to be spoken, everything doesn't have to be told about
Facts.
what you're doing and where you going with who and how you did it and all that. You don't have to share everything.
Facts. Preach.
That's why that's part of the reason when my channel comes back, I'm only doing like a couple of goodbye shows, and that's it, because I don't need to share everything. I've done what I needed to tell. I'll pop in on a panel here and there, but in terms of like showing all of my moves and what I'm doing, nah, that's over.
Well,
You
before
grown.
you do that, I got a question for you. Well, are you in the States now, or are you in Colombia?
No, I'm at home here in Atlanta.
All right. So let's just go to the scenario that we were talking about. What happens if Pablo just have a oops? You know, your pull game ain't what it used to be, and one of your Colombian girls end up pregnant. Are you going to raise the kid down there? Or are you going to try to bring him back to the States? What's your goal?
I'm glad you said that, because I've thought this out. I really have. I will probably raise the child in Colombia until I would want to say maybe 8 to 10 years old. And then, because now they have the basis of their culture, they have the language, the food, you know, customs, holidays, whatever. And then I bring them to the US. Now they're going to be bilingual. Particularly out here where I live, they got English as second language in all their public schools. So now they get kind of the best of both worlds. Feel me?
Here you go the thing, Pablo. I like to throw a whole bunch of scenarios in. So I'm gonna give you the scenario.
Here we go. Get in your
Just
hyperbolic
brought
training.
and you ain't had no doubt. You had a son. First, we're gonna go with a son. You brought him back. He's a teenager. And you know, he brings Shaniqua home. Now you know all the Colombian. What happened when he brings Shaniqua home?
Well, look, I have friends who are happily married to Black American women. They're not, you know, jumping off the deep end on them. They're not, you know, taking them for all they got. They're not, you know, misbehaving. They're happy. They're doing their thing. It's certainly out there. It's certainly a possibility. However, I do see the culture kind of going left. And I worry about the guys that have kids here. Like Mervin, shout out to Mervin if he's out there. And Carlos. Carlos got young kids with his Ethiopian wife. I worry about what, but then again, what should be your first influence? What's going on inside your house, right?
We say
So-
that. I think that is up until about that age of 8. Because think
Right.
about your life. Your parents are a great influence until you
But they
got
couldn't
around
keep everything out. You're right.
you get around your friends and they become your influence. And so that was with the male scenario. With the female, how are you going to keep that Western culture mentality from in between her ears?
They're trying
That
to
would
get that bad boy in their house.
that
She
got to be
like
a conversation you got to have with the mom, making sure she getting up on Saturday mornings like most Latina moms and requiring them to aid in cleaning and cooking, preparing meals, uh, you know, learning the different customs and things and how things are done, how to prepare things and serve the men in the house and also prepare her, for life. So that's a conversation that has to be had with their mother to make sure that she learns all the things that she needs to do to be a future good partner to someone else. My mom said something. She said, "You don't raise your children for you. You raise your children to be for someone else, to be a good husband or wife to someone else."
Do you think it's possible to raise a traditional man or woman in this modern society?
It's possible, but yeah, it requires some thought and definitely some deliberate action.
I agree. Good answers. Good answers. I enjoy that. So HB, you the same way. You're what is it that if your daughter was to go to her country right now, or let's say, how old is your daughter? She's young. Let's just give her a teenage year. Do you think that she would be, I wouldn't say accepted, that would be the wrong word. How would you think they would look at her? Would they look at her like, oh, you're a traditional, you one of us?
What
Or,
country?
no,
We talking about France or where her mother's from?
where her mother's from?
Shoot, man. To be honest with you, it depends. I don't know. I don't know if y'all know how Africa is, man. She light skinned, just like me. She looked just like her daddy. So she gonna get treated differently if she goes back to that part of Africa. So I feel like, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna put her on a pedestal, even if she's dealing with the men or whatnot. So I don't think she's gonna have a hard time. You know what I'm saying? She might have a hard time with the women, but as far as like her trying to fit in as a teenager, I think she's gonna do well. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how it is, man. Man, I don't know if you've been to Africa. You have been to Africa yet? They they got this whole colorist thing over there and stuff. So you know what I'm saying? Because when I was over there, I'm trying to tell you, when I went to South Africa, I feel like I was Drake over there. And I'm telling you, Fearless, you go over there.
I saw you.
No, not me. Ronan go over there. He gonna be the superstar, super duper star.
So I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't think she's gonna have a hard time as a teenager. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? You know how kids is, man. You know, I think kids gonna tease you either way, you know what I'm saying, no matter what country you're from, because you're gonna be different. So
But when I say a hard time, I guess this is what I'm thinking about. It's like, like they say, she's too light to be African and she's too black to be like, the American. And what I mean by that is she goes to that culture, they say, well, you're not really one of us. And if she's here and she has like an accent or a tradition, you say, well, you're not really one of us. So how do you mix those two up to say, all right, this is where we at?
You know, I don't know how I would deal with that, man. I never thought about it. I never even gave it any thought. Cause I mean, her mama ain't trying to go back. Her mama not trying to go back to her country. So, you know what I'm saying? So I really never gave it a thought. If we, you know what I'm saying, we talking about France, then that's different. You know what I'm saying? My daughter had some issues when she was when she was like 2 in France with the little kids teasing her and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was like where her mom lives at. They live in this apartment complex where it's like, different types of people. It's like Arabic people, it's a whole mixture of people, and they was like teasing her and stuff about her hair and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was stuff like that. So I mean, I wasn't there to do anything, but I was trying to tell her mom how to, how to handle that situation though. But I mean, it's kids gonna be kids. But I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you. I really don't know how I would handle. I mean, I would know what I would do, you know, and say and tell her. I would teach my daughter how to roast their ass. But so but I mean, shit. I mean, it's really nothing you can do if you're in a foreign country. You know what I'm saying? The kids giving your child a hard time. The best thing you need to do is equip them with the tools to be able to combat that shit. And me, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to put my daughter into in some taekwondo, not taekwondo, jiu-jitsu class. I got a jiu-jitsu school like right around the corner from my house, so I'm about to put her in those classes and shit. You know, so I already teach my daughter how to roast already, so I think she's gonna be well equipped. But as a parent, me, you know what I'm saying, you can only be, you know what I'm saying, in your feelings about, you know what I'm saying, your kid being teased. You know what I'm saying? Like me, man, I turn up, man. I turn up quick, man. Man, somebody messing with my own, man, I'm gonna turn up on them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that was the answer you're looking for, but I would like to hear from any of the other guys on the panel.
I mean, I brought my son here. He's here now, and I want him to learn Spanish. So that's the first thing he's learning first. Everything we play in the house is Spanish, and once he goes back to DR, he'll spend 3 months out there learning Spanish, but also too, I want him to learn Creole. So he's gonna learn Spanish and Creole and then English. So that's the rule. Yeah, just putting your kid in the best situation, man. It's just, I have no regrets bringing him here. I love feeding him every day, waking up to him, and couldn't have any better way.
I think he was talking about the teenage years, like
teenage years. I mean, I will be all right, man. I see he has my genes, he has my body built so far. I think nobody ain't gonna fuck with him too much, and he's already got a temperament at 1 year old. So I think he'll be all right. And if anything, when he becomes a teenager, he'll probably be trilingual by then. So I think he'll have friends on the Spanish side, on the black side. I think he'll be okay. But I'm with you with the tease. I don't play that shit. My second son, he's autistic, and he had a kid that was bullying him in school. I went to the school. I demanded to speak to the principal, and the parent came. I threatened the parent, friend of the principal. You don't fucking check your kid, I'm gonna check you, and I'll go to jail for my kid, man. I'm not tolerating bullshit. You picking my kid or your kid teasing my kid. I'm not tolerating none of that. I'm not gonna come home and see my kid hanging himself because he's been bullied. I don't play that, man. And I told the parent right there in front of the principal face, man, dude, if you don't check that kid, I'm gonna check you. And that's it. So
I'm kind of biased about about that. Now, for one thing, I wholeheartedly don't believe in kids getting picked on if they got any type of disabilities. Now, that's something that's not cool.
Well, kids are callous, man.
But we were talking about I'm talking about able-bodied. I don't know the right word to say. Able-bodied kids. I ain't gonna say normal because I don't want to, make it feel like your child isn't normal. But
No.
what I'm saying, and when it comes to regular kids, I feel like it's a rite of passage to get roasted because the world is tough. What I'm saying? If they don't learn it, and if they don't learn if they don't learn how to manage that shit earlier, it can get out of hand as they get older. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. I totally get that. But my first son now, I told him, you caved that dude's skull in. I don't care if someone starting shit with you. And again, Rolling, you didn't meet him. He's 6'4" now. And I told him since he was a little kid, it's like, hey, listen, if someone get in your face, I don't care you get your ass kicked. Defend yourself. Now, my second one, he's on the spectrum. Man, it'll be a little difficult. So for me, I got to protect him. And it's like, eventually he has to learn how to protect himself. But just in general, I think in today's society, it's sad the way it is. A lot of kids can't handle the pressure that we grew up in. I don't know what it is that made them slightly more weaker than our generation, but a lot of these kids can't take, especially with the cyberbullying and all the other shit that they're going through. Man, look, just report it. We're going to deal with it. Now, if the kid keep on harassing you, man, grab the biggest book you can find and hit him in the head. That, you know, just do that. Fuck it. You suspend it. Don't worry about it. I won't punish you.
It's
That,
because
that's
in
an
America,
interesting topic, right? And I'm curious about that because we was brutal. When I say
Yeah.
brutal, I grew up with this dude. Look, man, I'm about to do this, and I'm sorry, but this is just how I grew up. His name was Mike. He had cerebral palsy, right? But he would talk like this, and everybody
Don't
just
do it. Stop.
look.
Don't
Look,
do
that's how
it.
it was. We call it crippled Mike. That's how it was. And he had like that cripple strength. Like if he grabbed you, like he would just
Oh my
you couldn't
goodness.
get away from him. But we did it in the hood, in our neighborhood. We talked about it, we cracked on it. But here's the thing: we protected him. Like nobody else could ever come in and say anything about it. And I think it just made them stronger because it becomes difficult. I mean, I was watching some shows the other day and I forgot, like somebody said Sanford and Son. I forgot how racist, I don't want to say racist. They just said stuff that we couldn't even have to say today. The Jeffersons, Archie Bunker, the things they said, we couldn't even get away. So I always think, are we getting soft? Are we getting to that point? Because I think those things as men, when we grew up and we got talked about, it kind of made us stronger. You either had to say, look, I got to change myself. I don't like how I'm being portrayed. And I think sometimes we coddle each other so long that when the real world hits us, think about it, man, that's Generation Z, where they moms are calling in to work for him. Like, yeah, my son, he just can't come to work today. He's like, wait, your son's
It ain't
22.
we. It ain't
So
we.
it's difficult. What's your guys' perception on that?
So I mean, as far as like you know, just the teasing, you know what I'm saying? I think like, I mean, it's for us, we have to learn because it's different for us versus white people, you know what I'm saying? They can coddle their kids and shit because they got a cushion, they got protection, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to us, you know what I'm saying, we have to be fearless, you know what I'm saying?
Man,
Especially
I'm
when
showing y'all
we
this picture, man. All right.
but let me ask this question though for the panel: is it, you know, with that, I do, you know, agree with you to an extent, but at the same time too, if you notice the prison rates, like I said, 1 out of 3 of us will go to jail, and when I say jail, I mean state or federal penitentiary system in our lives.
that doesn't come from teasing though.
Well,
That comes from the parenting and the household situation. And also us being over incarcerated, us being over penalized for the same penalties, you know what I'm saying, as our counterparts. That's where that comes from. That's a systematic issue right there.
I think that's a part of it. I think you're right, but at the same time too, I also think it is culture. For the very same reason I heard guys saying, yeah, you know, I want, you know, my son, you know, my son getting bullied. I want him to put, you know, not a hole, but smash his head in. You know, I know you were speaking figuratively. I know you didn't mean, you know.
No, I raised my sons to just whoop their ass.
Yeah, but the only problem,
I don't give a fuck about the repercussions. Guess what? I'm an adult. I'll go handle them. You make sure you bring your ass home and make sure your brothers cover your ass too.
Okay,
that's the way it is. It's at some point you got to understand rules are set for a certain reason in society. You still have a parent have a right to raise your kids how the fuck you want.
You're right, you do.
And if somebody wants to get in front of that, that's up to me as a parent to say, fuck you. This is the way I'm going to raise my kids. Because at the end of the day, when they go out in the world, they're going to be more prepared than some of these fucking lackeys that are sitting up in this fucking school. So no, I'm not going to be soft on them. And no, I don't expect them to be fucking soft.
No, I didn't.
That's the problem. A lot of these, and I don't want to say just single mothers, there's some dudes too that want to raise these soft ass kids. That goes back to this speech that Fearless has played and everybody's heard, where the brother's giving a speech talking about how his great grandfather did this and then his father did this, and he's progressively gotten more and gone further, but it's also made that next generation softer. So you go through this cycle of 4 to 5 generations of families being hard to fucking soft. and it has to regenerate itself all over again. I'm stopping that shit. There's no fucking way in my family that shit's happening.
But Ronan, I'll tell you what, I have a young child, and I can tell you that the schools are basically wanting them to be soft. You know,
I don't give a fuck what the school wants.
Bullying. You know,
I don't care.
It's not like when we were in school.
But here's the thing: even when they report bullying, because my brother, I call him my brother. He has a Black Student Advocate program or association. He's international. He does a lot of stuff more than Dr. Umar's bullshit. He represents not only the parents but teachers sometimes against the school districts and what they're fucking not doing properly.
Facts, because my daughter was getting bullied at school. I had to deal with that shit.
The school districts are under fucking employed. They don't have enough supervision for all the kids that they have in these schools. They're overwhelmed. They're underpaid. They're not doing their jobs well. And if you ain't on their fucking necks, this is what happens within the school system.
Yeah, because my daughter was getting bullied. And she came at home and told me, I was like, what the teacher did? She let the teacher didn't do nothing. So I had to step to the teacher. I'm like, yo, what's going on?
Yep.
Look, I'm gonna show y'all this picture. This is from when I grew up. We called him, he was called Big Head Tony. We also called him Monster.
You're not gonna break this picture out, bro. Don't do it.
No, man, look. This is how we bully people. So this right here is Big Head Tony.
Shut the hell up, bro. Is that a real person?
Yeah, Tony like the Elephant Man.
That is not a real person.
Bruh, this is a real dude. Look at the comments. Look, this is from Columbus. You said this, like this guy.
He pulling them.
This is no joke. This was
that literally. He does have a head that's 3-4 times his normal size.
Bruh, this dude he from my neighborhood.
I know he got a strong ass neck.
We called him Monster. We bully. And here's the thing, nobody, and you go through all of this, man, where everybody's saying, look, I grew up with him. Everybody knew him in Columbus. Everybody knew him. But nobody would mess with him. Nobody.
Because he'd headbutt you.
All made fun of him. I mean, that's just how he was, man. We make fun of him because it was like he had part of our hood.
Yeah,
let me read some of those comments at the top.
Yeah, look, like the people said they were scared. See, I don't know how old these people are. One person said, I remember seeing him at Ohio State Fair. You know, it literally felt like everyone knew him. That's how it was. He grew up in that neighborhood. Everybody knew him.
Yeah, he was ahead of his time.
See?
Hey, R.I.P. Big Head Tony, man.
But I'm saying that's how it was. So I don't know how this generation is where we I don't know how to get over them, man. It's you're raising. Yeah, I'm from Ohio, man. Yep.
Hey, Fearless, where we headed with this, man?
We headed to say, because I wanted to say that you have a child. No, you have a child, and I know that in every community I go to where you're not accepted. So when we say we want to take our kid from one country to the other country, it almost seems like when we do that, they either not accepted there, they have a better life, but then it's hard for them to go back and say, hey, I'm African. Hey, I'm actually Dominican, because there's so much separation. Or we coddle them so much that we don't let them grow up to be whomever they're going to be because, we try to protect them. So that's where I was going with it, to say,
yeah,
I don't think we protected them when I was little. It was what it is.
It's a different era.
Yeah,
totally different.
Yeah, my man Racket Club, you from Dayton. I used to roll there. I lived in the Natty. I'm glad I used to have a Hayabusa. I used to roll up there in 40, 35 minutes straight. I used to hit 75 at about 160. So I'm familiar with Dayton. I know Dayton, Ohio real well. Wright Pat Air Force Base. I had some chicks up there in the military. Hey, had some chicks up there, Ronan. Right, Pat, baby. We know about that.
Yeah, that Air Force Base up there. It's an Army base too, isn't it?
Hey, the Air Force got the baddest chicks, man, ever, dog. Hey, that's when I like literally. That's why I started having my first experience with dime pieces, dog. Like in the local area, you know what I'm saying? The drug dealers had them, so the option, the opportunity for me to get them, it was, it was kind of hard. But man, when I joined the Marine Corps, when I started getting stationed close to these Air Force bases, you know, they like the bad boys telling me you in the Marines. Easy money.
That I'm trying to tell them, man. It's just something about that, you know.
Your record, they don't understand about
Oh man.
the OHIO. They don't know who come out of there, man. Like we got it all. We got Dave Chappelle, Cat Williams, all of them come up out of there. The Ohio Players Club. What's my who is that? Computer Love. Who made Computer Love? Why can't I think of that dude, man?
Roger
Is it
Troutman.
Roger Troutman?
I thought Dave
Yeah.
Chappelle from DC.
Came up out of there.
There's a lot of
That's-
them come from Maryland and Baltimore and DC area, DMV area. A lot of people.
Yeah, Isley Brothers, Roger and Zap. That's right. See, we know. We know.
So I know we were talking about, you know, the whole condom break and the pro, like the girls. Now, if this was a pro, you still gonna bring that child back?
That's what we talked about. We asked. That was the question we said. You know, if you get with a pro, everybody said yes. And those there, we did not talk about that. We can switch to that topic right now.
Well, we
got
can do it
said here
at
that you
lunchtime
guys talk
session.
about having kids after 40. So who in here is, let's see, Black Man Travels. He's over 40.
You?
Ronan wants to have a kid over 40.
You
We know you.
you got
well
one
over-
coming in December.
I know.
You
So
over 40.
I'm over 40.
How old
I'm
that?
55.
Yeah, I'm 56. I'm getting ready to turn 57 on the 3rd.
So, what are the pros and cons of having a child beyond the age of 40?
For a man?
Yeah.
For a man?
The pros and cons. Not
So
just
the pros
pros.
for a man is that you're passing on more wisdom to them. You got
Exactly.
more experience, you got more finances, and you're more stable and disciplined. Or at least you should be over 40. Cons, man, I tell you, Kanal, you probably gonna know this, and Fearless, you're gonna feel this, man. It takes a lot of energy for the little ones, man. When they're like want to run around and do stuff, it is nonstop. Like they have the energy of, I mean, they're just that child energy.
Yeah,
I agree.
my daughter be running me raggedly, man.
Yeah.
But
I
hey,
went to
over
Atlanta.
41, I'm not having no more kids stateside. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm
Stateside,
41 right now. But if I do decide to have any more kids, it's probably gonna be somewhere in Ethiopia or somewhere.
Zed. Oh shit. You had to say that. Zed don't like you.
They're gonna have something to say about that. She don't want you dating
Yeah.
her. Dating her,
She don't want you and her sisterhood
reaching
messing around.
Yeah, I'm
her
trying to
patient queen. She don't like that.
I got a taste of what you guys were talking about when I visited Kanal in Atlanta, because it seemed like once the little boy started walking, it was like he was on a mission, man. He's like, shoot, y'all can't catch me. And it's no sitting, you know, it's no like I can just sit down.
No.
You got to constantly, wherever they at, you got to be where they at. So that seems like I don't want to say a con, but I think one thing it does lead to, if you are an older guy, you really have to be health conscious.
Yes.
Because you can't just be a person who's like, oh man, I'm old. You really have to be more
I
health
can't see
conscious.
this person's. Is this a video?
No, I think that's he's sharing something.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I want to share something with Darnell and see if Darnell still wants to stay in the apartment and at the sports bar.
All right, I'm gonna share that with you, back to subject. Let's see.
Now, I want to get a farm. Actually, I'll be staying on the
Oh,
farm.
wow.
Yeah, that's the cobbler
Damn.
guy.
Darnell, are
Mexico?
you sure you want to stay in the sports bar?
And the house. You can go riding horses with that.
Is that in Mexico?
Yeah, let me know. I'll hook it up
And that's
for
in
you. in Columbia.
Columbia.
Oh, that's Colombia. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do
But
that.
I'm not staying in the house, Darnell. I'm gonna be outside.
So this the horse show you were talking about earlier, Pablo?
Yes, this is called a cabalgata or a horse parade. I went to one. I'll share my footage after I let you see some of this.
Is this
But
an annual show or is it like
oh, it's done all over the country in every city and state in Colombia. It's kind of like their version of like a parade or a tailgate. You know how we like to tailgate for sports events and holidays and stuff like that. This is kind of like their pastime.
Wow.
Pablo, let me bring that up. All of them chicks that I seen on there was some young chicks. So if you staying in Colombia and you are, I'm going to just assume that you are over 40.
Right.
You get with a young chick who's 25, 26. She doesn't have any children. She going to want to have a child. So what you guys going to do? This is to the group. What all you old dudes going to do? You, HB, all of y'all?
I'm dropping kids. If I'm buying land, I'm dropping kids. Instant legacy.
Cool
what the fuck?
I'm cool with it.
HB, Pablo.
He said out of the country. He ain't got no problem with it.
Yeah, I'm laying out a whole clan.
Thank you.
Hey, when I went to South Africa, man, I'm trying to have like multiple wives. That's my thing. I was breaking it down to one of the, you know what I'm saying, a few of those joints out there, explaining to them the situation. At first they went with it, but you know, I talked them into it. So
was that in Ethiopia? They down with it in Ethiopia?
No, this was in South Africa. Because I mean they practice and they culture though, but the whole thing with the feminism and the westernization, you know what I'm saying, South Africa is starting to happen a lot.
It started to pick up. It started to pick up when I was there on 2018.
Hell yeah. And then, you know, just talking to the women, even though they practice it, a lot of them in their tribes, they practice it. They tell me, so they ain't trying to have it. But you know what I'm saying? Well, when I was trying to tell them, like, yo, if you want to be with me, you know what I'm saying? You don't have a choice. And then they was like, oh, I get that thing about it. I'm like, that's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So
before I respond to that question, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, what happened? We talking about bullying. What happens, Kanal and Ronan and HB and Pablo, when you take your kid to school and they be like, your granddaddy take you to school?
Hey, you know what? That's what I'm worried about my daughter, man. Because I got it when I was young. My mom, this is gray hair. My mom had it. It's a hereditary thing, so she passed it on to me. So when my mom was 17, well, I didn't get into like my late 30s, but when she was 17, she had a head full of gray hair. So I remember when she used to drop me off at school, the kids would be like, "Yo, that's your grandma." Talking about she got a mop head. That she used to, man. Look, I stay fighting, man. Man, hey, so I get it, man. That's what I'm worried about as my daughter get older into, because like right now, I don't think the kids really, you know, say anything. I think they might ask her like, "Oh, is that your dad?" You know, Nyla, is that your dad? But as far as like when she get older, I think I'm gonna have to just make sure I keep this shit dyed gray, because I still look relatively young. You know what I'm saying? So
I think for me, you know,
kids are cruel, man.
I just had my kid, so what I've learned, the pro and cons is your health is your wealth. I mean, I know people say that a lot. You don't realize that, man, as you get, you know, once you pass 45, you realize that you only have so much time on this earth. You don't have that invisible, I got time in my hands. Like every day I'm thinking ways how I could get better, what I could do to make extra money, put myself in a better position, because I understand that I don't have time. And what I learned too, things have moved slow for me. Like when I come in, I enjoy playing on the ground with my kid. I don't need to watch YouTube, watch these different live streams. Dude, sometimes I just put my phone away. I'm just me and my kid. We go take a walk, put him in a stroller, spend time with him. Taking the kids out, you know, just spending time with them, just really enjoying the moments with them. The con is just understand that, look, man, you're getting older, and I want to be there to see my kid get married. Like I really do. Like I really want to age and see my boys grow up and become men and become a grandfather. But you know how life is. You know, I don't know when my clock will end. I don't know. But so I guess for me, I respect time more. but also too, I take my health way more serious. You know, Phyllis, you know, we had that talk, and bro, since we had that talk, I've been going hard, and now, like I'm all about, you know, having the flexibility, seeing a doctor, making sure my blood work is good. I mean, all those things are important because you realize, yeah, your diet, man. It's like, for me, I don't want the aesthetics anymore. I want to be agile with no knee problems. Like, I want to be in top tier shape where I can protect my family. Like, even now, like when I go out, I'm constantly looking around. Before, I wasn't doing that. I had like a very nonchalant attitude, but now I'm very observant because I have a little one. And I think I've become more overprotective. And I cherish the time that I have now, and I cherish the time that I have with my girl. And it's just like, just enjoying the little things, man. It's amazing. The little things that we take for granted, I have learned to appreciate more. So, but also too, I think as you get older, yeah, you definitely need to focus more on our health. Like, our health is essential. Like, you need to make that your number one priority. It's cool that you have all the legacy, all the financial stuff taken care of, but man, you got to get your health in order. Because this is the age from 45 and up, a lot of us start ticking away.
Yep.
I think the thing that I fear is that I can't, because time is time. You want to be able to instill whatever values you have in your child. And, if let's see, when she's 20, I'll be like 70.
Yeah.
You think about it, like, how much the average Black dude is living to like 75. So, and when she comes to the point of, I'm dating, I want to get married, am I still alive? Am I still healthy enough to give those decisions? Have I instilled enough values to make sure that she's going on? So those things are really like important. And I think, like, probably when you had your first children, it was like, oh, I got all day, I got time.
Yeah.
And I think now it's like every second has to count. Like, every moment, everything has to be a lesson, because those lessons are the only thing that's going to get them through later in life.
Yep.
Yeah. So, hey, sometimes it's hard on these kids too. Especially when they don't get a chance to, experience their parents for only a short amount of time. Because I talk to a lot of women, you know how it is, and I meet a lot of women. They tell me that, oh, my mom passed away when I was like 6, 10, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they still be kind of like grieving over that stuff like that. And especially when they dads whatnot, they move on. Because I remember I was talking to this one girl in South Africa. She was telling me how her dad moved on real fast. You know what I'm saying? After her mom passed, and how, like, you know what I'm saying, she don't get along with the, you know what I'm saying, his new wife and all that shit. So,
but I'm gonna tell y'all, and we are not taking advantage of it. When you were probably young, Kanal, especially when you were young, Ronan, with your father, whomever. I remember we took like Polaroids. Yeah, I mean, it was only so many you could take. It wasn't no camera.
Had to go to the photo mat.
Yeah, there's no way
to
tell
in the parking lot of the shopping center.
Yeah, to drop that roll in or something like that. So I think right now we really have a grand opportunity, because either through YouTube, either through videos or whatever, we can really talk to our children, give them those lessons. So when they say, well, who was my dad? They have a library to go back in. All we have is like a memory. You just say, oh, that's how it was, or that's how it is. We can have a library. And I don't think we take advantage of that enough to say, well, let me do, instead of writing a book, let me do a video memoir of who I am. So I can at least say my wife does that even now. So she'll go to work and she'll have the phone and she'll be saying a story to the daughter who's not born, and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is how it was prior to you getting here. So I think that is important. If you guys,
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's a
my
idea,
dad
because my father, I was about to say, my father, he passed away at 19. Well, he passed away when I was 19. And to be honest with you guys, man, I don't even remember my father's voice. Like, I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Now I'm the opposite. My dad died at 39 years old. I was 10 years old. And I absolutely remember his voice. And my dad died young of heart disease. And so I have made some very conscious, along with some other men in my family who, died early. So I've had to make some very conscious life choices, particularly with my health, to make sure that didn't happen to me.
Right.
So, I'm ahead of the curve. I've outlived most of them.
So have I.
When talking about my uncles and my dad and people like that, I've passed where they ever got to. So, I'm gonna keep on pushing and keep living life the best I can until the end of the dash on the tombstone. So right now I ain't there yet, and like Kanal said, I don't know when it's gonna be, but I'm gonna do my best to keep fighting to live.
Yes.
And I have to say this, man, Pablo. I have to say this, Pablo, man. I see a lot of your videos. You take good pride in taking care of yourself, man. You set the example and how you live your life domestically and overseas. So definitely give you your flowers right now, brother.
Appreciate you.
I watch from the sidelines, man, and you set an example for older men within our age group to follow and to live. And I wish you the best when you start that transition to Medellin full time, man.
Yeah, man, it's coming. It's coming. But you definitely haven't been on the sidelines until recently. You've been the drum major.
I mean, I was gonna show you guys this. I mean, honestly, like this Cali, Colombia, just taking it all in because I know that this is gonna be my last trip for a while. But
I enjoyed those too. I really enjoyed those.
This is Cali, Colombia, where you get drugged and robbed, like most YouTubers say. Stay away, stay away. So I'm like, okay.
Isn't it magical how we managed to avoid all of that bullshit? How did we do that?
Hey, stay away. Colombia is not safe. This is where you're gonna get drugged and robbed and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'll report back, Kanal. I'll let them know when it's safe. Leave this to Pablo. I got it.
Definitely.
So, Kanal, let me ask you a question. Do you think that raising your 1-year-old is different than how you raised your oldest son? Meaning, probably how old were you when you had your first son?
Different. 27.
So you get out, you play the football games and throw the ball, do all of those things. And not saying you can't do it.
27. I was finishing up grad school. I was constantly on the grind, chasing the bag. So I didn't really spend a lot of time with him. I was constantly on the go. 46-year-old Kanal is very laid back. Like I'm okay just turning the TV off, playing with my kid, enjoying the little things and enjoying the process of being a dad. So there's a big difference. But the good thing is my oldest, he's 21 now, where we could go hang out. It's funny. He called me right before the podcast and, hey, let's go out tonight. I told him like, nah, I got a podcast tonight, but next Friday we'll go out. Next Friday I got you. We're gonna go out to dinner, go have some drinks, and spend some time together. So there's a big, night and day difference. You saw me with Gabe, the middle child. I'm very hands-on, but also too, I'm kind of a little hard on him because I'm trying to prepare him for life. So they all treated differently, but I think what I've learned now at this age, I've learned to appreciate the moment. Like just turn everything off, be on the floor, playing with him, taking him for a walk with the stroller. Now that he's walking, he wants to walk everywhere. So I can't just let him walk. We go to a big open field and let him walk around. I'll just follow him.
What about you, Ronan? And I ask this question in this sense. I think as a younger father, it was more about harder. I would say a negative, like you can't do that, you can't do this, making them hard. I think as an older father, it's more of an encouragement as to what you can do. Because you say, well, I want to encourage you instead of discouraging you. Did you see that issue like with your children? Like it's from your first child to your last child, and if you were to have one now, what would be the difference in raising them as an older parent?
Even raising my sons, I took a different approach than most parents that did corporal punishment right off the bat. I gave my sons consequences if they didn't do something. And then just go in with a belt and just whip them right off the bat because I got upset because they didn't do something. When they were younger, I gave them 4 chances. Okay. So I would start off and saying, hey, I need you to do this, clean your room or whatever. And this is my first chance. If I had to come back 4 times, what's going to happen? It's either I'm going to get whipped or there's going to be a consequence. I'll be punished. Cool. Walk away. Go back a little while later. It's not done. Hey, didn't I ask you to do this? Yes. Okay. That's 2. What's going to happen when I get to 4? Same thing. They repeated that there's going to be a consequence that are non-action. Okay. As they got older, it went from 4 to 3 to 2 to I'm going to ask you 1 time to get it done. If it doesn't get done, there's going to be a consequence. So I can tell you this, out of the 4 sons I raised, I only had to spank my youngest one once at 13. The rest of the time they knew it wasn't about play time. If I ask you to do something, you're going to do it. And you're going to get it done within a reasonable amount of time, not when you want to get it done.
So Ronan, can you go into detail about those consequences? A little more detail.
Consequences is corporal punishment, or I did something where they had to do an extra chore. Supervised.
Okay.
You know, so but like I said, that didn't go until, like I said, my 13-year-old son was so inquisitive. We were renting a condo. Well, actually, Verizon was renting a condo for me in Palm Springs because I used to do yellow page advertisements, stuff like that. I had my kids that weekend. My son decides while I'm out on a job or out talking to a client to trace where the cable underneath the carpet was going. So he pulls the freaking cable from underneath the carpet while I was gone. Bro, what the hell? What were you thinking? Well, I just wanted to know. Okay. Now you know. You know, but that was the only time I ever had to actually put my hands on any one of my sons. Unlike where my mom, like every time my brother did something wrong, I paid for it as well as him. You know, so it was like a habitual thing where if my brother did something wrong, I'm getting whipped too, just, you know, because I was in the room and I didn't stop him. And I'm his little brother. You know, so I just learned a long time ago. So what would I do now? Same difference, because I know it worked. You know, my sons are all well adjusted. None of them are in jail. All of them either went to college, or if they said, hey, Dad, I tried, this is not for me, they went and found their specialty that they love to do. They're all very successful at their jobs and what they love to do, whether with a degree or without a degree. Okay. So what I would instill in my kids now that I would have in the future would be more business aspect and acumen of business, money management, different things that I've learned over the 56, 57 years of my life. But aside for the discipline and structure of understanding, you know, there's consequences to your non-actions in life.
I got a question, and I may come back.
Can I say something right quick before you ask the question?
Yeah.
So I think me choosing to have kids, you know what I'm saying, at a later age, you know what I'm saying, I don't think I would have been as well as equipped to be a parent as I am if I would have did it younger, you know what I'm saying. So just like the stuff that I know now, I can, you know what I'm saying, pour into them and instill all that knowledge. So, you know what I'm saying, so they can be well ahead than what I was. It's like I had to get it out of the mud because my mom, well, my pops wasn't around, and my mom, you know what I'm saying, she was working nights. So when I had to go to school in the morning, she was coming home to work, you know what I'm saying. Then when I got off from school, she was resting up to sleep to go to work. So, you know what I'm saying, she wasn't definitely, you know what I'm saying, pouring into me. So everything I had to earn, you know what I'm saying, I had to figure it out basically on my own. And I definitely want my you know what I'm saying, my child to go through that. Like I got a nephew and I be trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, lace him with game, but man, some of these kids don't be listening, man. I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers are hard-headed, man. I was like, I hope my daughter don't be like this when she become a teenager, you know what I'm saying? But like, man, I had spent like over $1,000 because my nephew liked to play video games a lot, and I was like, bro, stop playing games for free, man. You can create your own little YouTube channel, and you know what I'm saying, your little Twitch, and you can stream and make money because he's entertaining. So like, I bought him the PC, set it up. I said, the only thing you got to do is figure out how to create these accounts and how to manage the thing. He hasn't done it yet. And then, you know, I'll be trying to tell my sister them, try to light a fire up on his ass, you know what I'm saying, to do it, but I don't get no help from them because he's way in Georgia, so I can't really be there to hold his hand, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, sorry about that, but go ahead, bro.
No, so I think you answered. It says the best time to have kids is probably after 35. I guess you're saying it's true.
That's not. I mean, not with men, probably with women. You know, you miss your mark. You miss your mark, Zed.
It depends on your man, because I my first child I had when I was 19. My oldest son was from my high school sweetheart.
Ron, if I could, I think to me the best time would be like say 22. You both went to college, you got out of college, because if you think about this, if you at 20 years old, let's just say 20. People usually get a house, say you got a 30-year loan. By the time you get your 30-year loan, your kid is already grown up. They're already out of the house. You're ready to retire. You got your house done. I mean, really, if you guys grew up together, you're done. At 50 years old, y'all can call it like quits. You know, your life is ready to do everything. I think when you're starting later,
it is if you stopped at that one, but you're not going to stop at that one.
I mean, even if you
have a few,
because it ain't like way up into the a long time.
Like all my sons are right now. All my sons are my son's 26 through 38. 2 grandchildren, 12 and 15. You get what I'm saying? So my first son was born at 19. So my son is pretty much as old as some of the guys that are sitting on the panel or in the chat. My oldest son. You know, so I've been through the spectrum when it came to that. My first high school sweetheart, and then my first wife was like 5 years after that when I had my first son by her. And I had 3 sons by my first wife. You know, so in that process, I learned a lot, but I was busy as hell. Like a lot of people were obviously trying to earn a living for them. I dropped out of college to go into the military because of my oldest son. So by the time I got married and actually had my sons by my first wife, I was already in the military. You know, and everything that came with that, with me traveling, being in different conflicts and not being home for anywhere from 6 months to however long a deployment was, you know, was all effective. But again, I was consistently in those homes with my kids, you know.
There's a question for you and Black Man Travel. So the question is this. It's two-part question. One, do you think you have more patience now? Because they say when you get older, you have less patience with a child. That's kind of like number one. And do you think that because of that, like you have your child now, you can teach them more? You have, you know, all right, let me put it like this. I guess that's how I'm trying to say it. And I don't want to compare any child to like a dog, but let's just say it. You get a dog, because I've had dogs, and I train that dog. He's up, sit down, all of that. He's good. If I bring another dog in, I'm always thinking of the first dog, like, man, I taught you how to sit. Why aren't you sitting? You almost want them to do it much faster because you've already trained one and they're there, and you forgot how much time it took to get there. So you have that second one on like a speed, you know, like you need to have learned this fast.
But even in your reference, when I had 2 dogs in the house, the first dog I trained, it did help me train the second dog faster, because the other dog kind of mimicked what the older dog was doing off the rip. So it was a lot easier for me to potty train them, get them used to pissing in the house on a pee pad, getting into the cage training, all the things. When it came to commands, it was easier for me to train that second dog to mimic some of the things it already saw the first dog doing, because it was already well trained. So it's faster. So same thing with children. Once you have one child trained, as more children come in the house, it's a routine. Just like when you went to college and played college ball, your senior person told you how things worked in the fucking locker room, how things work out on the field. It was easier for that coach to train that person because there was other people that are already there that knew the routine. Same difference with kids. As kids start growing and they're already knowing what the process is in the house and expectations, believe me, behind me, my kids were talking to each other about, oh, dad don't like this, or you shouldn't do that. Or dad might not like that. You get what I'm saying? So let's not go that direction because it might fall back on me. So it's easier once you have kids.
Do you think it's like this kid learned this fast,
Yeah.
and now the young one isn't learning fast enough? Or, oh man, I got to teach him all over. He just doesn't get it. You know how you say?
I mean, guys, I kind of shared, my stories plenty of time by, my second son. He's autistic. He's on the spectrum, but he's high function, very smart kid. I mean, Phyllis, you met him, man. You were throwing some questions at him. He was answering them back. He was guessing his. Go ahead.
If you say your birth date, he'll say it within a second how old you are, and you can just throw any random date.
Yeah.
He'll be like, yeah. And I had to think like, he said my age. I was like, damn, I am that old. Shit, I forgot how old I was.
Yeah. So having a bona fide football player first son, then your second son is on the spectrum. That was a huge adjustment. So my patience just got better. It was forced to get better because having a special needs child, you got to become patient. It is what it is. My third son now, I think and there's a 12 years difference between the second and the new one. I think over the years, I just became a very patient person. From being a hothead to now, I'm super patient. So with people, I'm patient. With my kids, I'm patient. So I guess it's just more like, all right, I'm starting all over again. It's like the way I raised the first one, Hunter, compared to how I raised Gabriel, the second one, now David, third one, is I got to start over completely. So what I done with the first child, I can't do with the third child. So now it's like, okay, I'm treating this as a brand new experience. So just having patience now. I think now my patient level is there. I'm no longer the hothead that feels that I need to get the last word in. It's like even with my relationship with women, gotten better over the years because
BMT.
I just became patient, man. It's just like, now I'm not gonna argue with you.
BMT. Hey, did you have that first kid with a white woman?
Nah, black.
Why you name that boy Hunter?
Hey, that was the mother. That was the name she wanted to name that child, man. It was an argument back and forth. I just gave in, man. But the second child was all me. So I was like, all right, the second one, I name it. So, but you know what? That name fits him. The person he became, it fits. I mean, he bona fide his personality, his attitude, defensive tackle. Like he loves that name, man. And when you become 6'4", 285 with long ass predator dreads, yeah, that name fits him, man. So it's like, when you say Hunter, it's like, what's up? Yeah, I think every child I just did things differently. But I think having a special needs child, Gabriel, which is super bright, super smart kid, man, it just prepared me for this one now because I was forced to be patient. I was forced to take things slow. So yeah,
I would say that's kind of my second son with special needs, and it's because of they didn't have the baby monitor on my second son, and my wife at the time had the umbilical cord wrapped around his throat. So every time she pushed, he was suffocating.
That happened to my brother.
So they finally figured it out and then pulled the cord off. Again, VA hospital, doing the wrong thing, not doing the right thing. And my son suffered from that. But yeah, it does teach you a different level of patience when you have a son and a child that needs extra attention, So that does help with your level of patience and what you will tolerate and don't. But like I said, the process I had, my sons were a 2-year gap apart beside from my oldest son. When I got married, it was like every 2 years, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous, man. My daughter, she didn't want to come out. She was like 1 week past due. Shit, I'm like, damn, she don't want to come out.
It's funny. My first child, 8-year difference between the first and middle child. The middle child and the last child is 12-year difference. The age difference between the first child and the newborn is 20 years difference. So, so it's like, he's looking at me like, you serious? Another one? Like, I got a little brother at 21. So it's what it is, man.
What about a 40-year difference? Ain't you wrong?
For the oldest one, yeah.
So
Have you guys?
27 years to the youngest one to the baby that I would have. Yeah.
So have you
I
have
have
you
a
have you fellas heard that you're gonna raise a girl child different than a boy child?
Yeah, I would.
yes.
Yeah, I mean in
You
the
know-
sense of
I literally
uncle-
raised my sons to be protective if I had a daughter, because that's why I had so many. I was trying for a daughter.
It's
So
funny.
my
I
sons
want. I,
already knew that mode. They already knew what I was expecting of them to be.
like
Roland.
when I had my daughter, I remember my uncle telling me, he said, with a girl child, all you're gonna have to do as a man, you tell your daughter you're disappointed, it's gonna break her, and that'll always keep her in line. Like oh, you disappoint daddy, and someone, but a boy child, he would say, if you had a son, and you may have to rough him up a little bit. That dude.
You know what? It's funny. For this child, I wanted a girl, and I was hoping it was a girl. Then once it was a boy, it's like, all right, cool. It's like, but at the same time, because let's keep it real. As these kids get older, who takes care of the daddy? Who takes care of the dad? The daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
I was praying for my daughter to come along. To be honest with you,
I was
thinking
son,
about that.
My oldest son told me he'll put my ass in the nursing home.
Damn.
All right, yeah. He said, I can't wait to put your ass in nursing. I'm like, wow, really?
I tell my dad that all the time.
and my middle one saying like, dude, he's gonna take my ashes and make barbecue sauce.
Man.
So I'm like, okay, so really, man, I wanted a girl. It's like, okay, let me hope get a girl at least could take care of me. Now I got David, so I'm like, oh, I think he's probably gonna play baseball and disappear on my ass. So I was like, all right, it's just me.
Oh, you might not be done. You might get a girl. You ain't done yet.
I have something really good. He said leadership skills from work can be transferred at home, and patience is required when managing others as well as children. I agree, because what I've learned at work as a young person, I would blame, like if I explained something to you and you didn't get it, it was your fault. What you mean you didn't understand? Damn, I explained it. As I've gotten older and managed people, I say there must have been somehow I miscommunicated something to you, because if you didn't do it right, that means I did not explain it right. So I think as a child, you can say, if you're doing something, that means it must be some fault of me to have not conveyed my message to you. And I think that becomes a little more.
I kind of did it similar, like how I said I raised my sons with consequences. Even as I was training and running organizations and sales departments and things like that, I made sure every time I had a meeting, people had notepads. Because I would teach you by telling you and showing you, but I wanted you to always write it down. Okay. That way you can go back and reference the steps that I taught you. So I don't have to always be there. Okay. So I let an employee or somebody that I was training ask me a couple times. I would go back in and refine some of the things they might have questions on it, as long as they were taking notes.
Yeah.
After a while, it was like, yo, you need to refer back to your notes. You should be already caught on to this. Because now you're distracting me from the other things I need to do to come back and follow up with something you should already caught on to.
I have a question for
But,
the.
you know what? Sometimes people learn differently too. So you got to figure out what type of learning, because some people they learn visually. Some people,
auditory.
Yeah. So when I explain stuff to my daughter, sometimes I explain to her two or three times, and then I show her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And also I started to teach her to write in a journal already, because that's something I always, over the years, I used to, you watch movies, and you see the little white kids on TV, they writing in journals and stuff like that. I'm like, I wish my parents pushed that on me.
Right.
Because
there's
now
a reason for that too, because if you write things down, after you write them down 3 times, what does it do? It takes it from short-term memory to long-term memory. So
that's why Umar
Johnson repeats things 3 times, is he's trying to make it sound true. If you repeat something from once to 3 times, all of a sudden it becomes a truth. So when people hear it, they think he's telling all truth.
No bunnies.
I better not catch you swimming in the buttermilk.
Right.
I better not catch you swimming in the buttermilk, Darnell.
Darnell, you had a question?
Yeah, yes, sir. I have a question for all the gentlemen on the panel. Ronan, if you don't mind going last, I have the feeling I know your answer. But so we talked about earlier about consequences. When your children disobey, break the rules, or messing up. The consequences. But let's talk about how you guys set your children up for financial success, especially today's a lot different now than when some of you grew up. Keep in mind you guys are a majority of the panel. I think everyone on the panel is older than I am. So, the days you got automation, computers now, things of that nature. You're going to have, we got high inflation. How do you set your children up for success to overcome the adversity that's about to befall them when it's time for them to go out and make it in the world?
I'll answer first.
Oh.
So, one of the things I think all of us, if you haven't already, you need to make sure your life insurance and stuff like that is in order. That's I have life insurance. My daughter, she's gonna be well off after I'm gone, but I also need to put together a trust because I don't want her to get all this money and then blow it all. I want it to be stipulations and performance stuff that I want her to accomplish after I'm gone. I would like to see her get a degree. If she doesn't decide to get a degree, maybe some type of trade or something like that. Things that I won't be able to see, but those are things after I'm gone I would like to have her accomplish.
Okay, I like that trust idea too. When you said trust, that's awesome.
I'm the same way. I got multiple insurance policies. Just got to make sure that if anything would happen to me, they're okay. But now I need to make some updates with the newborn. Just talking to my oldest son a lot, just like I said right before the podcast, we were talking. He wanted to see me. He wanted to, meet up and talk. But I had the podcast first. Just talking to him. He's a senior in college. I'm telling him, hey, listen, it's time for you to cut them dreads off, man. It's time for you to start thinking about what you really want to do. So just having more man-to-man conversations with him, thinking, what areas they should pursue as far as professionally, grad school or not, or trade school. So just having those conversations, man, those needed conversations, and making sure that you have all the right proper documents in place in case if anything were to happen to you, they'll be okay.
Yeah. For me, I have life insurance too. Also I got my daughter, when she was born, I started her 529. That's one of those educational investment funds.
Yeah.
So I contribute to that every month. It's growing. It's crazy. And once she turned 18, she'll be able to access that money. For her education. The whole thing about that, I'm the only one that's contributing to it. I tell my ex, hey, you need to be helping contribute to that. I tell my family members don't even contribute to it. So when her birthday come around, Christmas, they want to get all these damn, these tangible shit that don't last, not even a damn month. And I'm like trying to explain to them, like, yo, y'all need to help contribute to her education because that's going to be the most important thing for her in the future. But yeah, once she get a certain age, I'm gonna start teaching about crypto and stocks and bonds and stuff like that. Stuff that I wish I knew. And you know what? I knew it, but it wasn't ingrained into me because I had a teacher in the 8th grade that was telling us about that shit. But you didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. What I'm saying? He just talked about it at one time. And that was it. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't able to be able to get that information, pounded into me. But now that I have learned these tools, I'm gonna try to instill into her early, so she can I want her I want to be the sky's the limit for her, I want to improve generationally, So
I got something to share with you guys. And again, I'm very transparent about my life.
I don't get to go. Or you want to go? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just want to share. Now you go ahead and say your part, real quick. Hold on.
Can we get Ronan's take before?
Hold on. Let him finish, and then Fearless, and then I'll go.
I just want to share something. 1 second. All right.
And those men in the background there's some handsome men back there.
It's the 3 wise men.
Yeah.
Reimagined.
All right, guys. This is my two boys. This is when they were small. This is Hunter, and this is Gabriel. You met him, Fearless. This is Gabriel at 2 years old. This Hunter at 11 years old. Now he's 6'4", and this is Gabriel. And also, let me share another one more picture. This is my little one right here, David, the wild one. So
I'm sorry, he looked like his mama, man.
yeah. so I got three. I got three boys, man. You know, some guys could say that you should be lucky. You got three boys,
Your
no girls.
legacy
But
is
like,
well established.
yeah, man. It's a blessing, man. I wouldn't trade this for the world, man. It's like I traveled the world. I've done everything I want to do. I banged out. Trust me, I banged out. But coming home and seeing this, and now spending time, dude, that's what life is, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, boy.
So the things I would do, one is I know you guys said you have life insurance, which is great. I also have burial insurance because I've always seen people who have died and they don't have no money and it makes them go broke.
Oh, I have that too. I mean, yeah, that's important. I think a lot of people don't realize. Also, too, guys, because this is the traveling channel as well. Get travel insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Supplemental insurance is very important.
Right. Another thing, when I was young, nobody could teach me how to save because we didn't have no money to save. It was whatever money you had, it was gone. So I think what I can teach my daughter is having enough money that her money is not important. So you can save. So if she starts at an early age to be able to save money, to be able to invest money, is gone. Another thing is to teach her about credit. I think as Black people, we don't know about credit. It was like, I got a credit card. You go to college, they giving out free credit cards. Try to get them credit cards, and they do it. And we don't understand how important credit can be in life. Also, what I found out when I went to this all-white school was what we do as Black people. We don't set them up with the skills of how to. Two things. We don't teach our children to challenge. And we want them to accept the status quo. So I want her to be able to challenge and accept the status quo. What they also did was we buy our kids the PlayStation. What they do is say, yeah, you can play those games, but I want to teach you how to code those games. We buy the toy and they buy the model. So what they have to do is not only learn how to play the toy, now you have to have a functional skill to put it together. Give me 10 seconds, and I think this adds up to what and how I would teach my child.
Instead of teaching kids about this is what all children need to be learning in school. Watch this.
It's like something you would never learn at any other schools, these kind of things.
Nope.
We had a workshop called How to Manage an Airbnb.
What all was involved in that?
So the first session we were working on understanding cash flow, short-term rental, and then the second session the decision came up whether we wanted to buy a property or rent out a property that allowed you to do short-term rentals.
Yeah, and that's a complicated decision, right?
So we ended up actually renting a property. We didn't want to end up buying a property and then having to sell it later on.
Then what happened?
And then we started furnishing it. In our listing, we did put the fact that it was being run by 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. And despite that, we even got 5-star reviews, and so people were very happy with it.
That's awesome.
Instead of teaching kids about this,
I just want y'all to imagine where he at 10, 11, and 12 compared to somebody who's 30 who still doesn't have that skill.
Exactly.
So I want to make sure my daughter knows that skill at that age. So by the time they've already graduated, they don't need to depend on anyone. They can say, hey, I'm able to think and do these things for my own. And I've been taught that from the ground up. Because we go into it, and that's how we go into debt. We go into debt because we think we need money. We think we need something, and we don't have the patience to just wait it out, you know. And I really, the one test that I want to give my daughter, and I hope she passes, is they call it the marshmallow test. This is the marshmallow test. They've taken a marshmallow and they put it in front of a kid. And they say to the kid, if you wait 10 minutes, you can get an additional marshmallow. A lot of kids just take it and eat it. And they come back and the teacher's like, well, where's the marshmallow? I don't know. They found that the kids who have what they call, what is it called? Delayed gratification actually get better in life when they can say, I'll wait and not take that marshmallow and I'll wait for the other one. Those kids get success because they don't need something right there. That instant gratification is what hurts people, that I need it right now. I need to get it. That's how you get on the stripper pole, because I need money now. That's how you become financially in debt, because you need something. When you can say, I'll wait. So those are the skills that I want to teach my daughter.
Yeah, I know we talked about a lot of stuff. You know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I didn't get a chance to say, but when you brought up that little video, you know, this is like me teaching my daughter. You probably can't see it because I got this blur on, but I was teaching her how to code at 5. I'm already teaching her how to code at 5. People recommend and say, oh, you should start, you know, recommendations like 7 years old. But I was like, fuck that shit. I'm doing it, like, you know, because I want her to be well advanced ahead of her peers, because sometimes she might have peers that are more advanced than her. So I'm like, yo, I'm trying to get her in, like, you know what I'm saying, doing it right now. Because, you know, my what I do is I'm a video game developer. So I'm taking them skills and I'm like putting them into my daughter. You know what I'm saying? But I learned these skills later on in life. Shit past 30. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine if I would have had these skills when I was like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, HB Global, I'm glad to hear that, and I definitely need to talk offline. My son has been doing Code Ninja for 4 years. So he's been coding since he was 8 years old. And now he's doing robotics. This is Gabriel, the middle child. He's doing robotics. He's doing AI. 12 years old now, on the spectrum. He's doing all those things. So I was like, that's one thing I tell every parent. If you find something that your kid loves to do, cultivate it. Like my oldest, he was all about football. You saw he was like at 11 years old doing football. He played football all the way to college. All right, cool. So we're going to do football. We're going to do track. We're going to do wrestling. My middle child, he's into the computers. His first computer was at 3 years old. So again, just cultivating your child and making sure like they put in the best position possible. Because again, when I was a kid, I ain't had none of that.
Me too.
So I want to make sure, like, you know what? Hey, listen.
Look, my mom loved basketball. She didn't put me in no goddamn sports. She watched the damn.
I don't want my baby to get hurt.
She watched the NBA shit every goddamn day.
Don't hurt my baby.
Well, I mean, and that's a good thing, guys. It's like we could actually pass on to our kids. Like my kids, I was doing the cruise life when they were small. My oldest son, he has a passport. He's traveling with his friends now. So he's traveling the world. Dude, just pass on that knowledge, man, on to them, because again, it's like we're just passing on that legacy. And then that legacy is not just finance. It could be a thought process, a lifestyle. It could be anything, you know? So, yeah, this is a great topic, man. I'm really enjoying this topic, man. This is some real topic right here.
Yeah,
Paul says coding will be a thing of the past, bro. AI is taking over the gig in 10 years.
No, it's not. Coding will always play a role. The question is like, are you going to involve with the coding?
Correct. Somebody's coding the AI. That's
yeah.
I think AI gets
some of it.
I think what he's trying to say is eventually when AI takes over, kind of like the movie The Terminators, you know,
they start writing their own code, is what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
Honestly, look, real talk. And I had to have that talk with my oldest son, because he was a football player. His major, of course, was psychology. Then now communication. I'm like, son, you're not gonna find no damn job with a damn communication degree or a psychology degree. And I told him, like, listen, have you thought about getting into trade? You're a big dude. I mean, you could pick up a trade, electrician, you know, welding, plumbing. These are the job of the future, because everybody's retiring.
Underwater welding for a while. He was doing underwater welding for a while.
So I told him, like, yo, listen, you should look into the trade field, man. That's where the money is. You don't need to do white collar role. Fuck all that shit, man. They don't make money.
Yeah, a lot of
in the trade.
A lot of that comes from influence and shit, man. They see that it was like, because you know, most athletes love to do the you know, the communications thing. Yeah, so they getting it from their friends. They seeing it on TV. It's like, bro, everybody can't be a sportscaster, though. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing, man. Tell them, like, hey, bro, you need to think outside the box.
I had a talk with him, and I told him, like, listen, you know, football, okay, based on what I'm seeing, you're not going to the pros. You've been playing football since you were 7 years old. You experienced 6 concussions in your life. I think it's pretty much done for you. However, this is now time for you to start looking into what field you want to get into. And again, you don't have to look into finding something white collar. Dude, the trade, that's where the money is. Right now, there's a huge skill shortage in these trade jobs.
Yep.
So it's just like, that's where the money is. Hey, dude, you work in the office, you ain't gonna make no money. That's me. I mean, lucky for me, I've been doing it for a long time, so I'm good. But in your case, no.
Yeah, I think what it is a lot of, especially nowadays. I was just gonna say nowadays.
Paul Miller. Go ahead, Darnell.
I'll make it quick. Basically, nowadays they're pushing the college narrative, like you're not going to be successful unless you have a college degree.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. But that's the narrative that's being pushed among a lot of kids, and they don't. The part they don't tell you that they're finding out now, that everyone's finding out now, is the college debt that comes along with getting those degrees.
Well, lucky for me, my oldest, he throws on a scholarship. So like, bro, graduate, utilize it, and then from there, figure out what your next step's gonna be. You're approaching senior year, finish that damn communication degree off. Then from there, you got to think about what you really want to do.
Yeah, Paul Minor. Yeah, Miller, Minor, whatever, Milner, whatever. Hey, I don't believe that because you know what I'm saying, code are gonna always be needed, even if you know what I'm saying, because even if the AI, you know what I'm saying, messes up, you still need people to fix the AI. You know what I'm saying? You need people to self-correct, you know what I'm saying? Even if AI starts to take over, but you know what I'm saying, you still got people, you need people to understand how AI works, the code works, to fix the code. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna be like code just gonna start, AI just gonna take over, and then nobody just need to learn about coding anymore. You know what I'm saying?
It's like the same thing when people said you don't need to know math because you have a calculator. Well, I mean, calculator may help you go through it faster, but if you don't understand what you're calculating, it means nothing. You just have some numbers.
Yeah.
Somebody saying
you can't use the calculator.
That new math is crazy to me. I'm like looking at the new math, like, what the fuck is this shit?
But if they don't understand the basics of it, the calculator doesn't do anything. It's only as good as the person who's inputting that information. So yeah, AI, I will say AI is great. It will help out, but there's still a line of bases. I mean, I use AI where I can't find a mistake in something, I'll put it in. But I still have to know what it is I'm trying, the end result. All AI is that assistance booster. I still need to know what it is I'm trying to accomplish or where you're trying to go.
Correct. And for someone like myself that I use AI in my profession, AI is just something that allows you to improve processes, like to make you more efficient. AI will never replace coding. Coding will always be needed. The question is, coding will continue to evolve. That basic C+ coding is not going to work for you. You got to continue to evolve.
C++ way back in the day is way more advanced now than when I was.
You got to continue to improve your skills. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't do. They don't retool themselves. They don't okay, you got that certification. What are you doing to get that next certification on the next thing? Like right now, 2 years ago, AWS was a big thing. Okay, there's gonna be something out there that's gonna be bigger than AWS. What is it? You got to stay on top of it.
Yeah, next week I'm going to the VA. I got an appointment with the VA. With the was it chapter 11 to they changed to something else, but I'm trying to get some funding because I ain't trying to pay it for it out of my own pocket, but shit, I'm trying to retool myself, trying to get some certifications with my job and shit. So trying to get more money. So you definitely got to be up on, the training and retooling yourself.
And one thing, guys, to hear someone like HD Gone Global who's in the tech field, you got Fearless in the tech field, you got Roland in the finance industry. They understand the importance of constantly learning new things.
Flip to that.
I know, but I'm just saying, but you understand the importance of constantly learning. I'm always learning something new. Like for me, creating content I'm learning how to create content using AI. Dude, I could take that skill that I use for YouTube for fun and apply it in the workplace because not some people could actually do that.
Yeah.
And I did.
Yeah, bro. I have AI at work, and man, I use it to write letters, emails. I just read
Yep.
what I want. It makes the corrections, and I send it off.
I just did that today. Man, I just like when I say I just did that today, I do it. And what I was even telling Ronan on some things that I do, even when it comes to YouTube, it's just a time saver. And if you can use AI and Power Automate or anything to automate things, it will save you time. So in tomorrow's world, it's about efficiency. So one of the things I know, and I'll have to talk to you about too, Black Man Travels, is when I was looking at the analytics of YouTube, one of the things that YouTube does is it'll take like this conversation, it'll break it down. But to even help it out is to put things in chapters. So I have an automation tool that looks at the conversation, takes everything, and then it'll put it in time chapters. Automatically put it on your channel and breaks it down. Why is that important? Because when YouTube is looking for keywords, it starts to look at that, and that'll send people directly
Not
to that
only
page.
YouTube, but Google itself. When you do a Google search, it will find it in Google.
That is correct.
Hey, do y'all think with AI, eventually we're gonna get to a state of that, like the movie Idiocracy?
I'm trying to remember that movie.
I remember that movie. Everybody was just dumb as shit.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. I think some people will get
The one with
dumb.
Terry Crews.
They're more comfortable.
Well, I mean, we kind of think about it like this. How many guys on the panel know how to write in cursive today?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I do.
I do.
I do.
Well,
I
older.
forgot.
They don't teach
I
them anymore.
Well,
I mean,
older.
shit. How do you forget how to write in cursive? I don't know. I never forgot how to write in cursive.
I'm an art
I did.
major as well. I'm an art major.
And I don't
as
write in
well.
cursive that much. When I do, I can still do it.
I'm an art major as well, so I know calligraphy. I used to use the inks and the pens and all. I used to do all that shit.
The only thing I
Still
can,
do.
only thing I remember how to write in cursive is my signature. That's it.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, I mean, I forgot, because I haven't written in that cursive in so long.
Now, writing your signature and writing it in cursive is two different things. You just scribbling in your signature.
Shit.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I forgot how to write in cursive.
But you need to get a book. You got plenty of time on your hands, man. Go back to school with that. The book that you used to open up and you trace the letters. When you're in architectural school, you literally have to sit there and trace letters like you're back in elementary school in first grade, because everything on that draft had to be perfect before they came out with AutoCAD. So you literally had to write perfectly so that people understood all your figures and all the fractions, so something wasn't getting built wrong. Now they got AutoCAD that does all that shit for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, my handwriting is impeccable.
Hey, HB, I was going to ask you, did you still have any GI Bill left?
No.
Oh, okay.
You have a time
We're
limit.
talking about education. I transferred my post 9/11 over to my daughter as soon as she was born.
Well, if you're in California, they have CalVet program that runs for your kids, period. Point blank, it never ends.
Yep.
And some states also have that in other states as well. But I know in California, CalVet never runs out. There's no time limit for that. It's just for you. There's a time limit.
Hey guys, I got something to share.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. This is completely different, but I wanted to share this with HB Gone Global.
My question is, we talked about all the things that that we would teach our children. What is it that your parents did teach you, demonstrate, or something that you said, I am not passing that on?
Like I said, I'm first generation Haitian American. My mother came from a life from Haiti of hardship. So one thing that she's very, she's a hoarder in regards to keeping everything, because she had nothing. And that's something that I don't believe in keeping things. I'm constantly giving things away, and I'm teaching my kids if they don't need it, give it to somebody less fortunate. So we're constantly giving things away to people. If he's not playing with his toys anymore, instead of throwing in the garbage, we'll go find a family that needs it and just give it to them. That's something that I picked up. And two is just like not talking down to your kids, man. it's something about our parents back in the days is talking to their kids very harshly, not believing the things that they wanted to do. I said I was never going to do that. So like I said, if my kid wanted to play football, all right, cool, you're going to play football. If my kid want to get into coding, all right, cool. Dude, coding class for kids is like $300, $400 a month. Fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and pay for that. So constantly cultivating their interests and their hobbies, that's something I'm really big on because I never had that. And not talking down, man. It's like that's something I don't know what it was growing up. My mother is. I understand she was a single mom with 6 kids, and she was constantly working. But dude, I'm not gonna put my stress upon my other kids, and that's why, like, even if I come home from work, I'll sit in the car for a good 15 minutes, decompress, make sure I'm good. Then when I open that door, I'm home. I don't bring my issues, what I experienced at home, into my house. So that's something that I make sure that I don't apply to my kids, and I'm hoping that my kids watch what I'm doing.
Yep.
Correct. Who's next? Go, HB.
Shoot, I was trying to think, man. I think it was kind of the same thing, because I feel like I can't remember anything that my mom taught me.
We
but
we all grew up in that same kind of
generation
where we all have similar kind of actions within the school. I mean, within our homes, because
I think one of the main issues that I really had with my mom was just like yelling at me all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something that that I was doing in the beginning, and I had to learn to stop. Doing it. So now so I try to reason with my daughter. And because at the beginning I was yelling because I'm like, damn, and I had to think about it. I'm like, I'm doing the same thing my damn mom did. You know what I'm saying?
HB, I was doing the same thing, man. I had to check myself one day with my oldest, and I realized like, I gotta fall back. Then I stopped and I started doing it again to my middle kid. And I was like, you know what? I can't. You got to break that cycle, man. And it's just like you got to step back and look at it as like, no, I can't do this. So you're right. I'm sorry to interrupt you, HB.
No, that's all good, bro. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? Just shit. You said not passing down because we already went over with passing stuff down, but yeah, just that, man, just being more patient, just exercising patience. That's a huge that's a lesson that I struggle with. So I had this year my first time getting counseling therapy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm growing. You know what I'm saying? Took a long time, but you know what I'm saying. I was learning a lot of things about myself that I should, improve on.
Yeah. HB, you're the first brother.
Thursday, guys, I'm having a therapist on the channel. She's from your place, being Kanawha. When I left your spot, I went to see her. She's a therapist, a psychologist that lives in the land, Marietta. So
Marietta? Okay.
Talking about therapy on Thursday. So tune in.
Zed has a question for me. She said, if I'm a single father, no, I'm a happily married man, not a single father. And I have a great co-parenting relationship with my ex. So no issue with my ex. I actually I have drinks with a damn fiance. I go to the house, chill with them, talk to them, talk shit with them, and keep it moving, man. So I have a great co-parenting with my ex, and I'm happily married. So no issues.
Same with mine.
Say this one also about healthcare. I will agree with you. If you a good field to go into is like learning. It's called Epic systems. So a lot of hospitals use them. It's IT, and a lot of the hospitals can't do the billing without Epic. So if you knew how to do Epic or know how to do Epic, you are well on your way. You are a commodity in the health field. So it has gone everywhere. Even when I interviewed my cousin, who was a OBGYN, she said one of the lessons that even a doctor would need to learn is IT, because it's that prevalent inside even the medical field.
This is a real conversation, and the fact that HB openly admits that he's seeing a therapist. Kudos to you, brother, man. We need more of that. We need more real talk conversation because, again, this is what not being had. Like, people need to hear that. Hey, listen, if you're going through some shit, go talk to somebody, man. A lot of us walking around hurt and damaged, man, and thinking that a passport is going to save your life, and it's not.
Exactly.
Facts, because a lot of times you end up taking that same frustration and anger to where you're going when you're traveling. You know what I'm saying?
I said it so many times. I said that so many times, but you know what? I'm the hater. I'm the hater.
But you know, being Black Man Travel, we've had several conversations on mental health because I suffer from PTSD. You know, I've gone through my therapy. I put in my work. You know, even in relationships, before I would start another relationship, I would take at least a 1 to 2 year break, working on myself mentally to make sure I didn't take any toxicity from one relationship to another. You know, a lot of people like to jump from one relationship to another, to another, to another, and not deal with whatever issues or traumas they've compartmentalized in order to function every day.
It's kind of sad. You have this old woman on a platform constantly commenting, and no one's not paying her no attention. Like, that's pathetic. Like,
yeah, man,
you gotta pity her. Like, I really pity you. Like, yeah.
Hey man, I'm happy y'all guys married, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to be married here in the US, man. But the damn thing, man, these women are fucking toxic as shit.
Yeah.
I'm glad y'all guys found y'all. I mean, I don't know y'all situation. I don't know how,
yeah.
because sometimes some people they portray like, oh, I'm happily married, but you know, behind the scenes, some people be living in turmoil. But the thing is, man, if y'all guys are happy, I'm glad, because man, I wish I could find that shit. But I'm telling you, man, dealing with these women that like today, man, here in the US, these motherfuckers are toxic, man. So I'm like, shit, let me try my luck somewhere else, man.
Well, Fearless and I, we married to 2 Dominican chicks, so you know, we brought them here, so it's different. It's funny. We all went out to dinner, and it's just like, dude, they got along well, and we were just sitting on the side with the baby. This is like,
so
what happened?
That's that they talk now, like they best of friends.
Yeah. So, and those are 2. Like, we're making plans to go to Dallas and see Fearless out there.
Yeah,
it is entirely different. Entirely. I'm trying to pull this up. Give me a second. Oh man, I'm doing that the wrong way. I am.
What was the question on the table?
The thing you did not want to bring over from your family. You know, you like, I learned this, and you think, I didn't want to learn that. I think therapy is one of them. We just had something where I think we grew up. We just grew up in that age where you were looked at as weak or going to therapy.
My family was all about religion. Oh, you just put it in God's hands and pray about it. Oh,
I know,
you go
right?
talk to the pastor. Oh, church is not the end all to be all to save your life and do your therapy and everything else. The pastor ain't all about that. Sorry, hate to break your bubble. You know,
a lot of
you
times,
need separate professionals to do certain things.
A lot of times,
to catch on.
A lot of times, people use church or God as an excuse.
Or a non-excuse. Oh, I put it in God's hands. That's still not dealing with it.
Exactly. You know, you have some people lack of accountability. You know.
And when you go to the channel, that's what we need therapy. That's what's going on. And here's the thing I would say. I can only say what my friend said. So what she said, and this is considering Black women, and she's in Atlanta. She said that she would have people come on from all walks of life, white women, Indian, like from India, Asian. I'm only going to repeat what she said, and you can tune in Thursday to find out. She said the people that gave her the resistance on therapy were Black women.
Yeah.
That the other people would take it in and say, oh, I'll make that change. Where Black women would always challenge it, where they would say, well, why I need to do that? Or why I need to do this? And she said it was just a constant battle when you tried to point something out to them. Instead of listening, you know, it was just,
bro, they don't want to listen.
It's almost like you.
And they're probably the ones that change therapists the most. Well, I didn't like that therapist. I wasn't comfortable. It's always an excuse. It's the therapist's fault, not their own.
I'm telling you, man, they don't want to listen, bro. Like shit, man, it's hard. It's terrible, man. I know it firsthand. Look, you see it even with the dating. You know what I'm saying? The dating coaches coming out saying like, "Shit, goddamn, these damn women I just can't goddamn do it anymore." You got how you make somebody quit? They profession.
It was the female dating coaches too that were quitting.
Yeah, that's
the
what
black
he's talking
female
about.
dating.
Yeah, he's talking about the black female dating coaches quitting, saying they can't do it no more. They're too unrealistic and unreasonable.
Yeah, you can't tell them nothing. So it's like, man, like fuck that shit, man. Like, man, I tried.
That's why I said the culture within our community, black women are gonna have to fix black women. Brothers can't do it anymore.
Yeah, because I hate these simps out here that we keep talking about some old black man. It's your fault.
You're gonna have an attitude, or you're saying it all mean and rough and raw and Yeah, but y'all would say shit to us raw, but when you say it back to them, it's like, oh, you need to be soft and more caring and
hella disrespectful.
When you're trying to get somebody to learn, sometimes you got to slap them in the face with it verbally.
Yeah,
because they ain't gonna pay attention to you when you're being all soft and coddling.
And I was so go back on that. So I gotta give one more compliment. I'll give that at the end. Man, I hate doing that. When I was talking to my wife, because one thing she said is, I love the way that you don't settle for nothing. Like you challenge the authority. And I remember when her mom would call up and her mom would say to her, like, you can't say that. You can't do that. It was almost like in those other Latino countries, they were complacent. So you will you better save this, Zed, because you'll never hear me say this again. I can compliment Zed on the fact that she comes from a society in which her personality, the fact that she is a feminist and she doesn't comply, I can congratulate that, because that's what I want my daughter to be able to do, to be able to be a free thinker, to be able to not comply with the status quo and do something. Now, I ain't going to have her act like this. She's going to be traditional and not crazy like that and be able to take direction. But I think that is important that we have. And to be able to listen. That's what Zed doesn't do. To be able to listen, because we got some hard-headed women. And even us men, we sometimes think we know everything, and we just don't listen and find out that help. And I don't know why that is. And I think this is another issue. We always start from zero. Every generation starts all over again. The reason white people make it is because the dad learned something, he passed it on and passed it on. Whether it's knowledge, whether it's something, we always start at zero. Like I don't know, we're afraid to tell our kids something. We don't hide the knowledge. Why is that, guys? And I hope that we're talking about fatherhood.
Because we believe in this whole bullshit about getting it out the mud.
That's not it.
Go ahead, AFG.
I'm sorry. Hey, you know what? I don't want to. It's shameful of me to interrupt you, because I don't know. I knew what it was, but I can't articulate it right now. It was a reason why I'm trying. I can't remember. Maybe one of y'all might know, because it was a reason why, it was passed down generationally through us. It was through trauma and slavery that, why we don't communicate and why they passed down information. I can't remember the exact wording for it. Maybe y'all might know.
I'll give you the example. Zed says it here. Black women don't need fixing. You do. That is the reason why we fail, because you think that you can improve. And if you don't think there's any improvement for anything you do, if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got.
And you're going to get the same results.
Yep.
And you're going to be mad at the world.
But
if you try to tell like my grandmother and them, beating a child isn't good, or I'll tell you one that I learned. As when I was growing up, you got to let your baby cry. Let them cry. They cry it out. They do that. And then they did psychological things with children to say, no, from the ages of 0 to 2, if you let your baby just cry it out, they start to think that there's no love.
Mm-hmm.
From the ages of 0 to 2, anytime they cry, you need to be there with them. So they grow up knowing that they have a comfort. And so when she says she don't need fixing, that's that mentality. Your grandmother says, oh, that's how we did it then. And you don't look and say, well, things have changed. We've learned that that doesn't work. We learned that I don't need to take a switch out and beat you to black and blue and then just send you on.
And
So,
I've proven
yeah,
that with 4 boys.
Zed, you are the
None
problem
of them been to jail.
It's kind of funny because you know, I went down to Miami, took the family down to Miami, and my little one now, he likes to be hold a lot. My mother said that, you spawn. I'm like, he's 1 year old.
Mhm.
If he wants to be hold, I'm gonna hold him. So it's just like I'm not gonna do what you did to me. I'm not. It's like, hey, if my kid wants attention, I'm gonna give it to him. And you know, and it's kind of sad, like you said about, you know, let the baby cry, let him cry. Like, no, go get the damn baby.
Exactly.
Break the cycle. And then the thing about us and the black people, no matter where you're from America to the Caribbean to Africa, we think the same way, we behave the same way. And it's just like this hardship thing is like, that's just tiring, man.
Y'all gonna break generational curses.
Yeah.
Some of the things y'all were taught incorrectly. And until you learn how to fix those, they're going to replicate themselves throughout your generations.
Correct.
It's just tiring, man. It's too tiring. So,
Do you think integration had a big issue with it? Because I think I remember like in the 90s, me seeing older people doing stuff like as far as like hunting and knowing how to skin a rabbit, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I grew up learning, you know what I'm saying? But that shit it's not even taught no more. You like learning how to build a house, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How to hunt and fish. I mean, some black people still fish. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But as far as like just learning how to build a house on your own and stuff like that, like where did that stop and why?
Fathers in the house is where it stopped. You used to have a father who would show you those things, take you out. You know, from a young age, that was that father-son kind of thing. I'll share this with you.
Take you how to
sharing stuff.
fish and then go to hunting after you got a little bit older than that. Taught you how to shoot.
Yeah, I remember
I was shooting 22s.
My
Yeah.
dad taught me. You see, I'm out hunting. I roll. So those are things that I think as children, that's how your family. All right, I'm gonna break it down. This is what happened because I've seen it when I go to my family reunion. The men get together and you teach men things, meaning we get together, we go hunting, we do that, and we form a bond. But not only that, I remember when the women how they teach things. They would sit down and they have a big bowl in front of them, and they would do what they call peas in the pod. They had a peas, and you had to open the peas and put all the peas
pods.
in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
But during that whole thing, they were conversing. The children were learning, the young adults were learning, and they were passing on valuable information during those talks, during that cooking, during those cleaning. That's how the women bonded. And that's how the men bond. We don't have that anymore. Man, my wife gets so pissed when she goes out
circles and all that stuff.
We
Yeah.
look at the table, man. We look at the table and everybody's like this. Everybody got their phone in front of them and nobody is conversing at the table. They all got their eyes here. That's what we lost. And that's why you don't get those skills anymore because you would rather do something on your phone where your father didn't take you out and teach you, where mothers are not showing their kids how to cook because it was more than just cooking. It was a relationship that they were bonding when they were doing. They were actually talking and doing that. And it was learning how to go through and learning how to sew. It was that how you bonded. We have none of that no more. You go do it on your own.
I mean, here's the other thing. In those conversations, the ethics of the family started to be transmitted from one person to another and replicated and repeated. Remember when I said you hear things 3, 4 times, 10 times, it starts to become nature to you and real. You sitting around in these circles and you're hearing the stories, the morals, the ethics, how, you know, to judge trustworthy or untrustworthy people, how to use your discernment. These little stories are also teaching you your moral fabric of who you are as a people within your own family structure. So that's how they're even being taught the inner family laws and traditions. It's through these conversations, these talks, and like he said, going hunting, fishing, all the things that fathers are supposed to teach their sons in order to be protector providers.
Yeah, this summer, July, I took my daughter back home, and I dropped her off and left her. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, you need to be around family, because I'm out here in California, I want family in Georgia. So, but yeah, I bought a 22 last year. So when my daughter turns 7 next year, I'm taking her to the range. So, so you know what I'm saying? She man, I'm telling you, man, like man, she gonna be different, man. I mean, I know women who have fathers that do that stuff, but like, I'm definitely trying to teach her everything, man.
Yeah, my granddaughter knows how to shoot. So does my grandson. And my son did that because I taught him. My son's an actual instructor for USAA or whatever that association is for certified shooting instructors.
Yeah,
USCA.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he does that. I'm like, damn, okay.
Yeah.
I need you to come down here and run a class for me.
Yeah, I'm a fire instructor through the NRA.
Yeah, so
and a safety officer.
And
Yeah,
using in the Philippines, I can't even shoot my guns for the next 4 years while I'm there. So that kind of sucks. I got to put them up. Can't take them with me.
But I think another thing is, man, we lost rites of passage, whether female. Elaborate on that.
Yes, sir.
There were certain things that you're taught young. So, it was, I'll give you an example just with hunting. Before I could hunt, I had to walk through the woods. I had to learn how to walk soft. I had to talk. I had to look at signs. My dad would say, what kind of droppings are those? Oh, that's a doe. That's a buck. Is that rubbing? All those little things got you to, oh man, you can now hold your own gun. Oh, now you can walk. Now you get a little older, you can walk with your gun. Oh, now you can take your first shot. Now you can skin your own deer. Now you can go out. So all of those things were built upon to make you, it made you braver. It built up your confidence. And it got you to the point that when you were ready to be out on the world, you were ready because you've already built it. When it came to a female, it was how all the things you can do to make yourself better. So by the time you became a woman, and that's what happens in other cultures. That's why a 16-year-old in Dominican Republic is not like a 16-year-old in the United States. They have already become traditional. They got a rite of passage. They know what becoming a woman is. So those little steps that are done that men have to go through to, in a sense, prove yourself. And that's what it is. It's proving yourself. Little steps to make you better and better by those small steps. And it builds up a confidence. And BMTU in Georgia. So I've been down in Georgia, but I've been in the deep Georgia where those guys fight dogs. One thing you would never do is take a dog that you're going to be a champion and throw him with another champion. They go get what they call alley dogs. Them dogs that nobody wanted, they got them on the street. And that's who they get them. Why? Because that dog learns to fight, he gets his confidence up, and it builds it. Mike Tyson, even though he was who he was, you did not throw him into a championship round until he was ready. And they kept saying, he's not ready yet. He's not ready. Why? Because we got to get his confidence and his skill built up to do it. He had to go through rites of passage. That's what we don't do. We just throw him out. We throw you to the wolves. You 18, get out there and do it. And the other problem is no one has showed you how to do it. So your parents expect you to be an adult and expect you to have the knowledge without ever teaching you the skills to be an adult.
Yeah.
To have those knowledge. Somebody just says good credit. Well, what does that mean? I don't know what do I do to get good credit? Start a job.
Facts.
We just get thrown rules. Where when you were younger, if your father had a business, you learn those little skills. You learn how to do it. So the family business became yours not because somebody handed you the family business, because you started like my dad did concrete work. You started by cleaning off the tools, picking up, prepping before anybody get there, all the grunt work before any of that ever started.
Yeah, yeah, shit, man. All the shit, just learn how to be an adult, being a man, man. I learned all through the Marine Corps, man.
Yep.
I ain't get none of that shit growing up. You know what I'm saying? My learning too was watching TV late night, watching Pimps Up, Hoes Down, and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Hanging out in the streets with the knuckleheads, with the older cats, man.
HB, I'm sorry. She crazy. You know, we don't live in the 1990s and people are global. This is the stupidest thing. None of my nieces are cooking and cleaning. So let me ask. So as a responsible adult,
HB went at her.
no one taught your nieces how to cook and clean. What kind of shit is that?
She's saying that that's happening right now in Ethiopia. That's what she's saying.
But why wouldn't a mother, teach all their children how to cook and clean on their own?
Shit, my mom taught me how to cook and clean for myself. I don't need a woman to cook and clean for me.
Hey, you know what?
Clean for myself.
Hey, they got maids. They got maids over there.
But you got to teach them how to cook and clean. Meaning the worst thing that I've ever done is go to a girl's house and she's dirty. Or you go to the bathroom, it's filthy. Or they don't know how to wash clothes or anything like that. They don't know how to take care of themselves.
They got hair all over the floor.
Yeah. What kind of man would want to be with a woman like that? Now that's probably why they got the pH. Because if nobody's teaching them how to clean, they probably got the bad pH.
Exactly.
Now I understand.
That's my main reason. That's my main reason why I don't fuck. My bad. I don't fool with these people. I'm trying to be more, you know what I'm saying, discerning with my language, because last time I was turned up on peso. But you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to chill out, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that's a deal breaker for me. Hey, when I have chicks come over to the crib, right, I put on the sink. I got a bottle of Vagisil. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to.
No, you didn't say that. You didn't just
hey, I try to put it in their mind. You know what I'm saying, to come correct. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm having that talk before they even come over. I'm like, yo, one of my pet peeve is, like, you know what I'm saying, bad hygiene. And they'll sit there and be like, ooh, you know what I'm saying, what kind of girls you messing with? They don't know how to clean themselves, blah blah and all that shit. And they ass will come in the crib with the same funky ass smell. And I'm like, you sitting here was bashing the chick that I was telling you about, and your shit smell too.
Wow.
I'm like, I'm like, have you smelled yourself? Do you think that shit smell good?
I got this 2-minute video that's gonna kind of make probably Zed upset, but I'll play it for you. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here it is. Give me 1 second. Let me share. And this is called a
candid conversation
on hygiene and from a cultural perspective. So give me. I won't let it go to full 5, but he got some knowledge that he dropped on here. Let's see if I can get it. Let's bring this up. Play on YouTube. And let me pause it 1 second. All right. YouTube. And Candid. Here we go. Let me blow this up. It's gonna get a little crazy. I'm sorry, fellas.
None of them have heard. It would also, if you guys think about dating black women, what's the one thing you never heard your black girlfriend say? I'll tell you. She never says, I'm about to go to my gynecologist. Why is it you've been in a relationship with her for a year and never heard her say she's going to a gynecologist?
That's true.
Why would she not have one?
I don't know.
Tommy,
it's kind of crazy.
Have you noticed that most black girls, when they tell you they found out they were pregnant, it was a bodily function? They wouldn't even go get themselves checked. They just said, I realized my period didn't happen, but I just thought it was normal. I didn't go get it checked. So wait a minute, you've been fucking a nigga raw
Mm.
And you still didn't go get to see what was happening after 30 days? My period was still happening. Okay, but he still could have given you something. Why didn't you go get checked at all? So when you point these facts out, because these are not opinion, those parts are facts. When you point them out, you get pushback. So when a brother that is to, and let me explain one last thing, to point to you that black women's pussy stink, and it's a normal thing. Have y'all noticed that there are several movies in the black community where pussy is normally supposed to stink?
What?
Remember in Boys in the Hood where they said the grandma came in, she could smell sex in the air.
But does she?
Supposed to stink. Black people are the only people who say in the movies, I could smell fucking when I came in the room. You ain't never seen no white movie where they said, I could smell fucking in the room. Did I lie?
Tommy, here's the thing. I'm going to skip past so my wife will get mad.
In her country. She came to this country.
This is where Zed gets.
Women of color, it has this. Like, you know,
inquisitive.
Exactly.
Smell the fish.
Exactly.
Rotten fish or something.
You know, I'm gonna say this. My girl in the Philippines, they take baths at least 4 to 5 times a day. And definitely after they go to the bathroom every time. Obviously, Asian women bathe often, a lot in a day. And she asked me the same question. She goes, "Does it really? Is it that bad over there?" I had no words. I had no words.
I have fucked black women, nutted on them, and they will at best take what's called a whore shower.
No, we call it a bird
give
bath.
them a towel and give them a rag, and I'm not lying. I've given them a towel and a rag and given them a great shower experience and say, go in there and take a shower. This bitch will wet the rag and wipe herself off.
We call it a bird bath up north, baby.
Yep.
Yep.
A whore's bath.
Yep.
They will do that and then go about their merry way in the day. And you be thinking, what the fuck? Like me, when I get through fucking, I have to take a shower. I don't like that smell of a not even the smell,
He
but I don't
said
like
that smell.
I don't like it's like going to me workout. Take a fucking shower. Why do you want to lay down and marinate in funk?
That's bad.
They don't is, fuck a black woman and she'll lay in that bed with you and let you just come up inside of her and let it marinate. Tell me I'm lying. Then she'll come back. She'll go fuck and cheat on you, fuck around with somebody else and come back and fuck you and will not shower. This is a fact. This isn't something that they feel.
I'm gonna stop it there. So if I'll be releasing the rest of Tommy next week. So if y'all need to catch any of it on replay, it was kind of deep, man. He was hitting on a whole bunch of things, and some of it's true because a lot of women, mothers have not taught their daughters. And that's the sad part that when I say rites of passage, I don't teach, like I said, I don't teach you how to cook. I don't teach you how to clean. And those are things that parents, they teach. They should be teaching, especially a daughter. You know what I think Usher said, and I can't even talk about women. Usher said when he was like 13, some woman a grown woman took him into the bathtub and said, I'm gonna give you a bath because you don't know how to take a shower. He said she cleaned him up. So it's
because
I think those things have changed.
Yeah, my mom asked me.
Did you used to have that bottle in the bathtub? The bottle you thought it was a balloon you playing with?
The little dish thing, big heart, that shit, big heavy plastic. This when I brought my daughter down to my mom, she like, does she know how to wash herself? Do I need to go in there and teach her how to wash? That's what my mom said, man, to me. You know what I'm saying? So you're right about that. But I do remember that dish. Damn, my mom.
Wow. You probably used to play with it when you was in the bathtub, didn't know what.
Yeah, y'all playing with that shit. Put one of that shit, squeeze it in.
Yeah, some sick puppies, man.
And she showed up to tell me what the fuck I was doing. She would allow me to play with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh man.
Man, yeah, that's those are some wild things we done been through, man. It is wild. But I think that's where we come from. I think as an older adult having a child, I think those are things I can look back on and say, man,
Hey,
this is what needs to happen. This is what needs.
no,
to
this what women are teaching these.
You just muted yourself.
And the thing is, he says you see here. Look,
Oh my bad.
It
I
says,
touched the mic. This
Go
what women
ahead.
are teaching. This what women. I done heard this several times. This what women are teaching each other. The vagina is self-cleaning.
Yes.
That's why they shit be stank.
What?
They feel like they don't supposed to goddamn do anything. Oh, if you put in those products in, you'll get infections.
What? Wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
Hey, I could say that I've never experienced none of that stuff, man. Every woman I dated never had that issue. So thank you, Jesus.
He said, "Thank you, Jesus." Good Lord.
Hey, the last time I made a chick give me some head after I went off in her just to teach her a lesson. And she's like, "Oh, I didn't know my stuff tastes like that."
Oh yeah. Mm.
Oh hell no.
She doesn't understand. It ain't even listening to her because I play video after video of women who think they look good on the outside, but no one has taught them. And even a lesbian was on there, she was like, "Y'all catfishing these girls," because she said the lesbian said she would meet beautiful women. You know, she talked to them, and then when it come time to be intimate, she'd be like, "Man, who taught y'all how to do this?" And it's, most of it is women who I've talked to telling me about other women. They're like, "Man, these women are foul that they don't know." When did that show? When did we have Tommy on? That was about what?
Oh my.
That was a few months ago.
Yeah, we had him back in June.
6 months.
3 months ago?
6 months.
No, it was back in June, right? Like June 6th or something like that.
Oh no, I'll tell you exactly when.
I mean, thank God. I mean, in the States, I never had that overseas, never had that. All of them smell nice and clean. So I'm good.
You're a good brother. And it doesn't necessarily mean you had to have sex with them. I've just been in the vicinity where it was like,
damn, I've done a lot of shows. What the fuck?
I know, man, you got a lot. You got a lot.
It's almost 5 hours, man.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man, almost 5 hours, man. I got to get up. See, I got a little one. Once he's up, I'm up, man. So you can't even go back to sleep.
Drew and Darnell must be asleep.
No, I'm here. No, I'm here. I'm listening.
I would say I can't say what I was going to say. Never mind. I hold that to myself. Because I have it on speed. I'll just say, I ain't even gonna say.
Oh, it was June 14th, 2024.
Yep. But check it out, Ozzy. Subscribe to the channel. I think I got them dropping October 1st. There's about 10 clips of them. So October 1st to like the 14th. And I'm bringing them back out. But guys, BMT, he's about time to go. I got to take baby pictures tomorrow, with the pregnant lady. So I have to also, she said she don't want no bags under my eyes. So hopefully.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
cucumbers.
Actually, tomorrow's date night. So the wife and I we're going out.
You know, good way of getting bags from underneath your eyes. Quick, put 2 spoons in a refrigerator or a freezer. Let them get cold. Then put them under your eye. I'll take the swelling out from underneath your eyes real quick.
Well, Zed, you don't get the link. You just got to tune in. I told you to drop October 1st and every day thereafter. Tommy. We got Tommy going with a whole bunch of stuff. I already dropped the one with him and you. He said, "What you talking?"
Zed, come on, let Zed come over here. I like the entertainment, man. I like the entertainment.
Talk to me.
She said, let me come up and annoy you guys. Oh, God.
I got 5 minutes to say it. No, not for this live stream. Oh, she don't want to come up on this one. That's good.
Not this, okay.
And you need to go teach your nieces how to cook and clean, and maybe how to take a shower and a bath.
Oh Lord Jesus!
You ain't lying. But hey, shoot, these I was talking to this Ethiopian chick. She said they be having maids over there because it's very expensive to have maids. So that's why they probably ain't learning to cook and clean these days.
Well, there's extreme poverty. She said there's a middle class to extreme poverty. So I don't know how much a maid is getting paid over there. Zed's over there right now. She's in Ethiopia.
She's there. Actually, she in the back. I don't know if BMT. Do you want to hear 5 minutes of Zed before we go, or what?
No, I don't.
What's good with you? What's good with you?
Zed, you waited till the last time. Everybody tired now. We about to go to sleep.
We 5 hours in. We ain't doing another 8 one.
Nah.
No, we see you in here. We just not gonna pull you up.
No, I was seeing what you was up to.
Not tonight.
Tired, Zed. We got to go to bed. Hit us up on Thursday. I'm gonna have a therapist on there. Have your
yeah, we need good.
Come through. Maybe you need to come through. Maybe you can
Yeah,
learn.
she needs to go on that therapist show.
Yeah, I'll pull you up on Thursday, Zed. Thursday at 7:00. I think it's 7 or 8. You really need to listen to this young lady. She's a woman and a black woman, so you won't have to say that I don't like black females.
Is that a cat? Oh my bad. I'm talking to my little Ethiopian baby.
Uh-oh. Zed gonna get mad at you. You better not let her know her name.
You got her on the phone.
Well, guys, we're gonna end this. We have gone a lot. We're supposed to only be doing 2 hours. I don't know how 2 hours be turning into 5 hours every time.
Good conversations, Billy.
Yeah, we getting too old. This ain't gonna help us, BMT, man. We tired.
Why she keep calling me BMT? I'm not BMT.
Let me tell you.
I like Zed's twin sister right here.
Like this. Let me tell you how crazy she is. She said, "Fearless, you are gutless. BMT, can I pull her up?" Well, didn't she say the same thing when it came to Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, basically pathetic. You're right. It's pathetic. And she's like, I'll call Chris. Can we pull them up? So it's basically the same. I'll be pathetic. Well, guys, yeah, I gotta ask permission. That's right, because we work as a unit. That's how we get it. But let's go ahead and get out, fellas.
Why she keep calling me a Haitian Sambo? Why she keep saying that?
I don't know. That's
throwing ass off.
Yeah, like why you keep saying that?
Oh my goodness. You see how mad they get though?
Hey, you know what? One day, Zed, I'm gonna let you on and you and I are gonna have a long conversation.
Damn.
I'm looking forward to that. Oh my God. We need to do this.
It's gonna be a Haitian versus a goddamn African, man. And guess what? I will have my Shetty on deck. So
Zed talking shit.
Zed, and Zed remember I told you, Ronan, I said the crazy thing is Zed don't even know when she say things that don't mean nothing. Because when we said that all the men are going overseas to find a woman, she said that her friend was over here and still couldn't find a husband. That the American, it wasn't here. She's like, I came over here and all this work, I still couldn't find a husband.
But then I sent you a video of an English girl, black English girl, coming over to America, getting all kind of black men to want to take her out and having a having a time here.
Does Zed even have a man?
She has a white man.
She's got
a white man. Imaginary, yeah.
No, he's paid for the place that they're staying in. She's cohabitating.
Damn, no, Zed. Don't call about.
She told you.
Hey, Zed, please don't call him about a dog eater. Y'all be eating bush meat.
I've seen Zed pictures, man. I don't know how the hell she has a man.
Hey, I haven't seen what she look like. Where you seen her pictures?
Oh, she looks like a troll.
Let me pull her up, brother. You ain't seen Zed?
No, I was trying to get her interview with her, but y'all was like, no. I'm trying to get her on cam.
Bro, she looks like a bona fide troll. And here's the crazy thing: she considers herself a troll.
All you have to do is schedule her. She'll come up.
No. Hold up. She wants to be on the spotlight. We're gonna put her on the spotlight. Zed looks like a bona fide under the bridge troll. You know the trolls that we used to read those books when we were kids. Like she looks like that, and she considers herself a troll, which makes it worse. So she's a bona fide troll, and I don't know how the hell a person like that can even have a man. I mean, how can he even have sex with you? It just when you look at someone that disgusting. I don't know.
Put it this way, man. Put it this way. What are you doing?
but Zed, your time is coming up with me. One day I'm gonna let you up. It's gonna be a Haitian versus the Ethiopian, and who's gonna win? We all know Ethiopians don't have, they can't do anything.
That is it.
Look at that.
Right? That is it. Right.
He has no eyebrows. He has no eyebrows. Look at that. The fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, you're right. No black man would date your ass. Your ass ugly.
That is it. Let's see. Where's the other picture?
Oh my God. Imagine being on top of that.
Hey Zed, you need
I don't want to.
Hey, they need some T. Chinley for Zed.
She ain't no damn Ethiopian, man.
T. Chinley. You need your facial treatment. You got that skincare treatment. What's up with the skin?
Her skin looks awful, man. Ugh.
She's not using that. She's not using good Ethiopian natural products over there.
Hey Zed, it's okay to bleach your skin.
Damn, the girls I'm talking to, the Ethiopian boy, they got that nice glowing skin.
Nah, her ass needs some bleach. That's what she needs, man.
What?
Nice
She
red
needs the
bone.
bleach.
She needs to dance. She needs to drink the bleach. Baby in it.
Let me show you this. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta do
this. Don't get the Joe all riled up and shit. Don't get.
I'm telling you, dog. She wants that work. I'm gonna give you that work, Zed. I'm gonna give you that work.
I'm not attacking your looks. He said he wanted to know what you look like.
I already know what you look like. Your ass look like a goddamn troll.
This is her.
Why she always covering her face? Look at her hair. Ugh. Yeah, well, grade F. Grade F hair.
She hides her face so she doesn't crack the mirror. I'm like, damn.
So
she got me featured on there.
She got a video of you.
She got me featured on there now too.
She got wrong. Oh, there she go. Right. Oh, hold on. I gotta bring that up. That's it.
Wait. She ain't no goddamn Ethiopian. Ethiopian don't have hair like that.
Yeah, she don't look Ethiopian to me. She look like
that bitch lying, man. She's from.
No, you know she do have an Ethiopian voice because the girl I be talking to on the phone, they got kind of got the same voice.
See now she wants to come up and fight with you. She on the panel again.
Nah.
Look at those sandals. That's the East African sandals. Go back to the sandals.
Your time is coming up, boy. We're gonna roast your ugly ass. Look at that. Always covering her face. Why the fuck you covering your face for?
Every time she covering her face.
I got.
She know she ain't cute.
Man, dude, her accent is horrible. I don't know how you guys deal with that accent of hers, man. Bitch sound like she's always stuttering. I'm like, man.
Hold up. Are you doing the Tommy impression?
I don't know. She just horrible, man. Her voice.
I'm gonna show you why I said you got to be doing the Tommy impression, brother. Let me see if I can find Tommy.
She's saying, pull me up. No, bitch, we ain't pulling your ass up. Go drink some bleach. You keep fucking with me. That's the thing. You keep fucking with me, dude. I'm a troll. I will troll your ass.
Goodness.
Let me see. Where did Tommy start at that? Hold up. Let's see.
I had to stand up the second half. Shit.
You keep fucking with me, Zed. Trust me, I'm gonna troll you.
Listen to Tommy.
You can't hear him. You ain't got the sound on.
Oh, I ain't got the sound on?
No, brother.
Let me see if I can share.
Oh, thank God Zed don't have no damn kids. I feel sorry for them.
Can you hear anything?
No, can't hear
Barely.
anything.
Oh Lord. Man.
What you do? No sound.
All right. Oh, I know why. Give me 1 second. I know why.
Did you?
Oh, you. Oh. Hey, this how Zed sound. Oh. You a Sambo. You a Sambo. Oh no.
I could have a black woman walking.
Watch.
First time I do that, but Thomas even did it black women. When I said that my first choice was black women.
I mean, hit it, man. That's why I said you had to watch that video. I thought you sure. You want me to pull her up? You want 5 minutes?
Yeah. Let's give her 5 minutes, man.
Let's give her 5 minutes.
Hold on.
Hey, there's no hold on. You got 5 minutes. Go and talk your shit.
Stop. You are a Sambo.
You got 5 minutes.
And yes, listen. You are a Sambo. You are angry that I called you a Sambo. So you do what that sexist Fearless does, which is resort to attacking my looks. And it is to be expected because you two are like, brainless, dense, Sambo sexists and Fearless. You beg me to debate you, and then you turn around. You're like, hey, you know what? I can debate you on ideas. I can debate you on ideas, and then you turn around, attack my looks because you are a sexist, a black woman hater sexist, and you BMT. For one
I'm
thing,
I'm not BMT.
Who am I talking to then?
You have no idea who you're talking to. I'm not BMT though.
You are the cheap brand BMT, the one that you can't even use BMT because BMT.
I'm not BMT. No, I'm not BMT.
You are Black Man Travel something.
Okay, then say Black Man Travels. I'm not BMT.
I'm not even gonna say that. You are so pathetic. You are such a coward. You actually wanted to attack me, but you wouldn't even let this, Fearless. Fearless is, Ronin, I expect Ronin to be a sidekick. He's always a sidekick, and I didn't even know Fearless was like that. So Ronin always takes, commands from other men. Fearless apparently does the same too, because everybody on this panel except BMT is a follower. And BMT, you are a Sambo. You are someone who says that you are going to date for a person, Trump, who calls you all kinds of bigoted things.
I never said those things.
But why the hell are you attacking me? Why the hell what does my look has to do with you? Why does that matter to you? But I kind of know. It's because you are a sexist.
Wait, hold on. I got this. Zed, you attacked me like for 2 months. You jump on my live stream making smart ass comments. You saying this and that. My wife is not black. So and so. I stood quiet. So I felt like, it was just time to clap back at you.
But you didn't. That's the pathetic thing.
No.
You attacked. Show me one time I attacked you.
I have a poll in my room right now. Is Zed turned on by our masculine energy? If you could take the time to go ahead and answer.
Yeah, she's turned on by that.
Okay.
This is I don't even believe in masculine.
Zed, where's your husband? Zed, where's your husband?
Look at her.
Where's your boyfriend?
Marrying is not a big deal. I do not believe in that.
Okay, where's your boyfriend then? Where's your man?
I don't need a boyfriend either. Do you know that?
So you don't have nobody. So you don't have anybody right now.
She doesn't call.
My dear, do you know where I am?
I'm asking you, do you have someone?
They got
yes. Where do you think I am?
I don't know where you are. Where are
I
you?
am in Ethiopia. Why wouldn't I have?
Okay.
I have 7 sisters and brothers in this freaking room.
Actually, do you have?
You got 7 sisters and brothers in one room. That's how y'all living over there?
No, in this city. Stop. I know you guys are. You guys cannot challenge my ideas, so you have to resort. Fearless is. I expect that from Fearless because he is a pathetic, geriatric loser who sits on the internet trying. Yes, you are a loser, but we know that because this guy cannot even accept that he's aging.
Why are you covering your face with your phone?
None of your business. That's the thing. You
You're
guys are
laughing.
so.
We're catching you laughing. You're smiling. You're smiling.
She gonna crack
You're
the camera. That's
laughing.
why she shot high in the face.
So why are you? Why are you hiding your face
Because
to your phone?
look at your your pathetic followers. You could say 3 + 3 is 2. They would laugh because they are all of them are pathetic
But
followers.
you were smiling
but
though when I
you
asked you that question.
BMT,
You were smiling when I asked you that question.
What?
You were smiling or laughing. I could hear it in your voice when I asked you that question.
Oh, I think you have you're more delusional than that QB guy. I haven't laughed a bit since you started attacking my looks because you are.
But why do you cover your face? So why do you cover your face? I'm just asking you a simple question.
None of your business. None of you. I know you guys cannot understand that, but what does that have to do with anything?
Zed, I'm wondering, do you have a big booty just like most Ethiopian women would have?
Papa, if you think that is going to upset me or something, it doesn't.
I'm just wondering. Most Ethiopian women got big asses. I'm wondering if you have.
Let me ask you, why is it that you are a Haitian, but you hate your Haitian so much that your best is so pathetic? Fearless and Ronin were telling you are Haitian, you are not Black American, and you're like, I'm Black American. It is so pathetic.
Hey guys, did I ever say I was Black American?
Yes, you were like, Fearless was making videos. Yes, Fearless has made.
He's a Zoe first, but he's still a Black
No,
American.
you're not. You're like, Fearless was asking you, why are you as a Haitian still supporting Trump? You're like, no, I am Black American. I am Black American. It's so pathetic.
Do you see this?
She watches all our shows.
Zed, do you see this behind me? Hold up, Zed, do you see what's behind me? Do you see what's above my head?
I don't care. I am.
Okay,
I
that's
don't
it. I
care
just
what.
answered your question. That's it. So
Yeah, you are such a it is so pathetic. I mean, you should be proud of who you are. Obviously you are not, because you are going to vote for a man who says you're.
What?
Yeah. So if you have anything against me, but you know what, you are sexist, so you don't even know how to challenge my ideas. Yes, you are. Yeah, I mean, you said, I made you. I called your woman. I said your woman was not Black, so you decided to attack my looks. I'm like, Papa, if your woman not being a Black, why why do you take that as a personal attack? And if that upsets you, why do not you criticize that instead of resorting to attack my looks? And I know that that's because you are sexist, just like your big papa. He's not even your big papa. Your follower, Fearless. Fearless has been attacking my looks ever. Yes, all of this is so pathetic. The whole panel.
You called me short and ugly. Didn't you attack my looks? Zed, you called
I didn't
Floyd
attack your looks at all. I never attack your looks. When did I attack your looks?
Short and ugly. Geriatric. That's attacking my look.
Geriatric, and you're supposed to be the English speaker. Geriatric literally means old, which you are. You are 52. You are old.
Hold up.
No, I'm not attacking your looks. Yes, you are old. I know. These two feel. I mean, not Ronnie.
You looking at me to find out if I'm old? Am I right?
No, because you are like it is so sad how you have refused to accept that you are aging. This guys make AI. He uses AI to draw himself as a 20-year-old man. That is, a lot of psychological problem there. And that's why he is a follower of this BMT guy, because BMT, I mean, you should not be following this Black man travel guy. He's trash. He doesn't even love himself. I mean, this Haitian sambo is trying to, appropriate Black Americans' identity. So there is no reason you guys should even follow him, but you do. And why are you asking him for permission to bring me up?
Because we're on a panel, and if he does not want to discuss you or have any drama, I'm going to make sure that my co-host does. The same way that when we go on, you say the same thing to Chris. Should I bring them up? Yes,
but I ask everybody, not just him.
You ask. Should I bring him up, guys? guys.
Yes, everyone. But you are just asking BMT for some reason, probably because you worship him. I mean, and there is no reason to worship him. He's literally trying to appropriate your identity. Like he doesn't like his Haitian identity. He's trying to be one of you. He's trying to be. But yeah, he's trying to be
It's
either.
amazing how much analysis she's done on everyone on the panel.
No, but didn't he?
For somebody that doesn't
When
care.
you criticize him, Fearless, when you criticize him on one of your videos, didn't he come on the comment section say that he's a Black American? When you asked him, why are you a Haitian voting for
Let
him?
me do this. Hold up. Let me ask you, Black Man Travels.
Yeah, what's going on?
Your passport says what?
American citizen.
Are you Black?
Yes.
So would that make him a Black American? What are you talking about? Am I right?
What's my passport? American. Does that make me Black American? Absolutely not.
Yes,
What color are you, Zed? Hey, what color are you, Zed?
If you're not Black, what color are you?
I am Black, but I'm not a Black American. Your passport doesn't make you. Passport is not
Are
under.
you a U.S.
Are you
citizen?
an American citizen?
Are you an American, Zed?
Yes,
Are
my
you an American?
citizenship.
Then that
Yes.
means you're a Black
Yeah,
American
so
woman.
you're a Black American.
No, I'm not. Black American is an ethnic,
What are you then? What are you?
an Ethiopian.
So
I mean,
when you put on your job application, it says race. You put Ethiopian.
Ethiopian is not a race.
Thank
Do you put when it says what's your race? You put what? Ethiopian.
Anyways,
Got her.
Here you go. All of you guys are so pathetic.
Here it is. Wrong answer.
No, let me tell you guys, because you are so dense. Black American is an ethnicity. Black is a race. American is a nationality. Black American is
All right.
an
What national
ethnicity.
group are you an American citizen?
Yes,
So you're an American.
yes.
What color are you?
What race am I? Black. What is
You're-
but my
Put the two together,
So you're a
Zed.
Black American.
Put the two together, Zed.
No. And I'm not the only one saying this. I know, yeah, you know what? But that's not why I'm here, because I mean, Fearless himself made a video saying that. Didn't you make a video saying calling him a Haitian? Why did you call him a Haitian? Why did you call him a Haitian?
It's because he was born. He's Haitian. I don't. Why would I call you Ethiopian? Because you're
No, but why did you call him Haitian?
Because he's
You
Haitian.
called him Haitian. I'm not the
Because
one
I
who
am
called him
Haitian.
Haitian.
Because I am Haitian.
Because he's Haitian.
Yes, that's what he is.
Why would
And
I call
then,
you
yes.
Zed,
Because
is
you're
America a
Ethiopian.
melting pot of multiple cultures and from different countries?
Anyway, so this guy, the black man
This made
travel
no sense.
guy,
Hold on, go back.
is a Haitian Sambo, and now because he cannot criticize, I'm not even going to argue with you guys. I have argued with you.
Hold up, Zed. Can you be an Ethiopian who is a Black American? Meaning, if you're Ethiopian, that's just where you're from. Just like a Chinese person.
Your mic is so bad, and let me say this: the black man traveler, whatever. Guy.
You can't
He's a
read,
Sambo. One, two
I'm a
is
sexist.
he's a sexist, and
No,
you
Zed, he
too.
cannot be a sexist. I can be the only sexist in here, please.
Okay,
wanna
but
be
remember, he is your papa, right? He's your daddy. I mean, you
Well,
are
he can't be
literally
that because Tommy is my God.
yes. Tommy is your god, and he's your daddy. It's so pathetic. The way you cannot even stand up for yourself. You always need someone to support you. And BMT, if you want to attack my looks, you can do that. But remember, that would not stop me from criticizing your some boys.
What makes me a Sambo? Yeah.
What is your definition of Sambo?
I don't even know what that shit is, man.
I don't either.
Oh,
What is
she
Sambo?
does this hit and miss thing. She comes and does a fucking kamikaze dive on everybody, and then she jumps out the room. So she's got
That's a great way to end the show, fellas. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. That was fun and entertaining. Now I have
Perfect.
nightmares.
Great show, guys. Let's close it out, man. Fearless, go ahead and close it out, man.
We out, brothers. Let me get and we out.